Hi, I'm Debbie Harris and I'm so excited to be one of the new guest designers here on Sewing Street. I live and work in Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire, where I run my own knitting and sewing business called Mabel and Deb. I specialise in sewing and knitting and crocheting, and I've been doing all of those three things from being a little girl when my mum taught me all things knitting, crochet and sewing. Started off just crocheting little chain stitches and granny squares, and then actually patchwork sewing little hexagons, and they're still my favourite shape to sew now. I used to be a school teacher. For over 20 years I was teaching in classrooms and just had the knitting and the crochet and sewing as a background hobby, but now I get to do this as my job, and I'm absolutely passionate about it and really want to share all that passion and excitement with you guys. A tip that I think is worth sharing with you is always use quality materials. So whether that's your fabrics or your threads or wool, the difference in the quality of your materials can really make a difference to your finished project. And always use the right tools, so whether it's a rotary cutter or a pair of scissors that are specially made for that job, that too can make all the difference. My claim to fame in 2020 was being one of the winners of the Great British Make Off here on Sewing Street when I did my debut sewing demonstration in November last year. And it was just a wonderful experience, and I'm so excited to be here on my Sewing Street journey with you all, bringing you lots of tips, techniques, and looking forward to doing lots of exciting projects with you throughout the year. So lovely to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.
Merry Christmas everyone! I hope you have a fab time and get loads of sewing done.
Hi everyone! I'm sending you best wishes for the festive season and would like to thank you for all your wonderful support over the last 12 months. Who could believe there's another new year just around the corner? I'm looking forward to spending more sewing time with you in the new year and looking forward to seeing all your fantastic makes. I hope you have a happy and safe Christmas. Lots of love.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all the Sewing Street fans. Thank you for watching over the year. Hope you have a wonderful time, and remember, keep sewing. Merry Christmas.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street on Monday the 27th of December. It's a really weird time of year, isn't it? You know that time between, is it called Twixmas, between Christmas and New Year, where it's the only time in the year that you have no idea what the day is, but you know the date. So you know, like, oh yeah, 27th of December, could be Monday, could be Sunday. The rest of the year, you never know the date, but you always know the day. But this is this weird time of the year. Anyway, I hope you all had a great Christmas, even if you had to stay in little bubbles and all that. Did you get any presents? Hey, I was excited about. I got from my mum one of the mini irons. So I was so pleased. She goes, well, the last time I saw you on Sewing Street, you kept going on about how you really wanted one of these. And I said, I did. So I got a mini iron. Way. So what my top tip is for next year is message us in with what you want for Christmas. We'll read it out because I got what I wanted. So we'll read out yours. Very good. So anyway, I hope you have got some good sewing presents. If you did, let me know, particularly if you've got a really good machine, and we will read them out. But happy Christmas for everybody, to everyone, and we are going to be with you for the next 5 hours to keep you entertained. Hope you're lying on the sofa with a box of roses. I'd like to be. And I've already had one. It was lovely. So we have got 4 hours of Sewing Street, and then we've got Yarn Lane today. It's exciting, winter woolies on Yarn Lane. So we'll talk about that in a bit when I go through the menu. But let's start off with our special early bird. And we've got two. We have 2 little suitcases. So we'll start with the pink ones. Now these are made by Paper and Cloth, which is a stationery company, but they also make other sort of hardware as well. So when you look at the print on it, it looks like the sort of thing you would get on a, let me hold it up, there you go, on a, on stationery. It's beautiful, isn't it? I love this. So on the sewing machine, it says, well, it says, the thread says sew, and then it says lovely, so lovely. So first of all, you're thinking, right, so you've got a handle on it. Let's open it up. Oh, the hinges that side. Empty tin for the plastic wagon. But you're thinking sewing supplies, because it could be sewing supplies, because it says so lovely on it, because it's got a little suitcase. Brilliant for taking to workshops to put all your things in, but it doesn't have to be brilliant for your lunch. Because what I like is my sandwich box is rectangular, so I always have to squish my sandwich in. This is perfect for a square sandwich, and you don't have to squish it in. But so you can use it. I would take it to workshops, or if you're doing a lot of sewing and you do some evening sewing, some daytime sewing, when you sit in the living room, you're doing your evening sewing or crocheting, you could put all of your supplies. Or what a lovely gift for somebody. You could fill it up. You could fill it with Smarties, or you could fill it with buttons, or you could fill it with a sewing kit or some smellies. Nice gift for somebody as well as for yourself. So all metal, beautiful tin, even looks nice on the back as well. Look, you've got thread and buttons, paper and cloth for Moda. So this is made for Moda by Paper and Cloth, but it's just beautiful. Look at the detail. The usual price for this is $14.99, but obviously this is our early bird, so we get a little bit of a discount today, and we are going to reduce it today and today only at $9.99. Look, it even has a little handle as well. I'll give it a little 360. Look at the pattern and the design. It does look like your sort of papercraft stationery, doesn't it? It's beautiful. And it looks, and Moda fabric, that's what it looks like as well. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So $9.99 today only. At midnight, it's going to go back up to $14.99. Are we going to have more of a discount? Oh, yes. It is the 27th of December after all. So I think we should have more of a discount. $7.99. That's amazing. At midnight, it will go back up to $14.99 or until stocks last, because I think it's $7.99. That is a fantastic price. I'd quite like one of these. Anyone watching? Love one of these. Love that as a little suitcase. It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, you see, the management, they're not watching. They're probably still in bed sleeping, dreaming of how many roses they ate yesterday. So we're allowed to do that because they won't know. $7.99, it's gorgeous. I wish they did a full-size one. That'd be nice. Love that one. But we have two, remember. So we've got this one, so lovely. I'll move that to one side. And then the second one, oh, look at that one. Look at that. You are so wonderful. Should we light flat so you can have a proper look at it? It's nice because then you can see it in detail. So we've got an embroidery hoop. You are so wonderful. Little pair of embroidery scissors, spool of thread, safety pins, a little wrap of embroidery thread, skeins of stranded cotton, buttons, a thimble. It's nice teal all the way round. Lovely on the back as well. Lots of buttons. So full price for this is $14.99. So we're going to have to do it for the same. Straight down to $7.99. I mean, I know it's called a snack box, but really, I think it's a sewing kit box, isn't it? Look at the, love the handle. Oh, message from Maxine. Hi there, Rebecca and all. Hubby and I had a meal on Friday as we had colds, not COVID, Saturday and Sunday. But I had my sewing machine, Elder 578. Great. Yes, well done, Maxine. I hope you've got that out of the box, the instruction manual, and you are whizzing away. Honestly, I just don't think there was a better Christmas present. Sewing machine Elder 578. Lucky you. I hope you're feeling better, Maxine. I hope your colds have gone. But lucky you, get your sewing machine. Please do tell me what you got for Christmas. Love knowing what people get for Christmas. So what did you have, Kat? A spa day. Oh, that's nice. New pair of earrings. Well, I had a mini iron. And Kat got some vintage threads. Looking very, very forward to seeing what you're going to do with those then, Kat. So I know it's a shame with vintage threads, you don't want to use them, but you have to. So all you've got to do is choose or buy both. Because you're saying £7 each, they're almost buy one, get one free, isn't it? Almost. Swap them over like that. Oh yeah, now they match, because that one goes with that one and that one goes with that one. Good point. Thank you, Elliot. Glad someone's concentrating this morning. Shall I straighten them out as well? So you just got to choose or get them both, one for you and one for a friend. I'm thinking this is a lovely lunchbox, although you could keep things, fill it with buttons, fill it with threads. If you've got loads of spools of threads that all keep coming undone and they're a bit of a mess, they're in the box, put them in there. Or fat quarters or a little kit, make for yourself when you're going away. We have got, in a minute, brand new, gorgeous Tilda Fat quarters they'd fit in there, or maybe a little EPP project, or a bit of embroidery, loads of things. And it is so lovely. I love the fat looking little suitcase. And it opens, this is what I like, because you would expect a suitcase to open near the end, but obviously when you hold it up, it opens that way, so it doesn't all come undone. Gorgeous, $7.99. Last few chances on the pink one, so obviously these are going out, so they will go up to $14.99 again after midnight or until stocks last. But they are gorgeous. How you're going to choose, I don't know. Anyway, let me know if you buy one, what you're going to put in yours, or what you're going to put in your sandwich that you're going to put in yours. So, coming up today on Sewing Street, we have 4 hours of Sewing Street and 1 hour of Yarn Lane. So coming up today, 8 o'clock, we have got Tilda Fabrics and Pre-Cuts. They are beautiful. Been going through them all with Kat this morning, just already decided what I'm going to do with, which pack I want and what I'm going to do with it. Lovely. They are really lovely. I mean, we love Tilda, love the design and the detail. We've got a whole selection of pre-cuts and fabrics by the half metre. That's coming up now at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we've got the lovely Emma Bradford in, who is going to demonstrate her Up and Away quilt. It is gorgeous. It's there's 2 different colourways, a pink colourway and a blue colourway, and you can put a mouse or an elephant on it. And it's really clever because it's done as quilt as you go, and you can choose whether you have balloons or hearts or both if you wanted to. But it's beautiful, really, really good kit and really great price because we've used a panel with it, which makes it much more affordable. And it's great because it's quilt as you go, and then you wash it to create the sort of the ruffled effect, which is fab. She's going to be on with us at 9 o'clock to show us how to make this beautiful baby quilt. It's very clever as well. 10 o'clock, Stuart Hillard is in the house. Already seen him. He is going to be showing us how to make his beautiful bag using Tilda Fabrics. Gorgeous, isn't it? And we've got 4 different colourways of that, so he's going to be showing us how to make that. We've also got more Tilda Fabrics and Tim Holtz fabrics, which is great because Stuart and I are both massive fans of Tim Holtz. We're often having chats about Tim Holtz when one of our other of us is in the studio. So we're going to be talking Tim Holtz, Tilda Fabrics and Tilda all at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Emma will be back with us showing us how to make this strip happy quilt. It's using a gorgeous fabric range from Moda, from American Jane Fall Moda. And I love the panels. Doesn't it make you think of Ladybird books? It is brand new fabrics. We've got 10-inch charm packs. We've got a panel that's got all of these prints on them. They're squares of all these, but isn't it? It's just Ladybird books. That's what it looks like. It's gorgeous. And Emma's come up with a design using the fabrics and using the panel so that you can make a quilt or a wall hanging or both. Very, very simple quilt. The instructions you can buy on their own. If you've got another panel or you've got fabrics you want to showcase, it's absolutely perfect for that. So she will be on with us at, I've forgotten the time now, 11. And then at 12 o'clock, we're over to Yarn Lane. So if you're watching on the TV, you stay on the same channel. If you're watching on the web or the internet, you'll have to go onto yarnlane.com. Stuart is on. It's his first time ever as a guest for Yarn Lane. So we have got a selection of winter woolies kits from Stylecraft, hats and scarves and wraps. Stuart is an avid expert knitter. He's going to be showing us how they work. We've got complete kits. The kits have got all the pattern and all the yarn to make some wraps and scarves and hats. If you want to buy them, because I know you love Stylecraft, whenever I've worked with Stylecraft and whenever we've done kits, I know that you've loved them, and we thought what a brilliant first introduction for Stuart to work with Stylecraft to show us how to make these. And they're nice quick makes, you know, so that you can buy the kit, get them done, give them as a gift, make them for yourself, but nice winter woolies. And we love Stylecraft products. They're gorgeous. So if you want to get ahead and get these, because whenever we do Stylecraft, they quite often sell out. Go on to www.yarnlane.com, click on Watch Live, then ignore the show that's on, because that's just a pre-record, but scroll down and there are the kits. So they're all featuring Highland Heathers, which is one of the Stylecraft yarns, and they are gorgeous. So we've got that lovely wrap and hat in the kit. Oh, he's nice, isn't he? He's very rugged. I wonder whether he comes with the kit or not. That'd be nice. We've got another kit with a hat and a wrap and 2 hat scarf sets as well, and all the upsells as well. So we're looking forward to that. Stuart is a brilliant knitter, so it'll be great to see him as his debut on Yarn Lane as a Yarn Lane designer. But if you want to get ahead with that, go on to Yarn Lane. If you want to get ahead with any of the products that I've talked to you already that's on Sewing Street, go on to sewingstreet.com. Again, click on Watch Live. Now remember, if you buy on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane, both of them, it's the same P&P. So if you've bought the early bird and then you want to buy the hat and the scarf kit, you'll only pay the one £3.95. So although it's different websites, your account goes across both. So if you've only ever been a Sewing Street shopper, your account, you don't have to set up a new account to shop with Yarn Lane. So click on Watch Live, scroll down. So we've got today's show deals, which are the things I've already talked about, like the early bird, there it is. And then if you click on pre-order, those are the things that I haven't talked about yet. So look, there's all the Tilda that we're going to go through in a minute, the Windy Days. Now, this is a brand new collection, Windy Days, absolutely gorgeous. I'll be talking to you about that in a minute. It's only been on once before, only once. And it is very limited. And we've got pre-cuts, half meters. Now we move into the 9 o'clock hour. Here are the kits for Emma's gorgeous Up and Away baby quilts. That's the blue and grey version. Or the one that's hanging up behind me, that's the pink version, sort of pinks and purples and jades. And then the backing fabric that you'll need and all the tools. And there's the instructions on their own. It's a really good scrappy quilt. So if you've got lots of bits and pieces, perfect for that. Here are Stuart's kits for his String Stars shopper bag, which all feature Tilda Fabrics, and they are beautiful. Each kit has got a fat quarter pack of 10 fat quarters in there. And we've got a mystery one as well. More Tilda, there it all is, because we've got loads of that. There's the Tim Holtz. Oh, I like that one. Gorgeous. We've got fat quarter packs, we've got crock packs, we've got fabric by the half metre. I know, it'll be lovely, because, well, it'll be interesting talking to him, because we both love Tim Holtz. So nice to find a fellow Tim Holtz fan. Here's the brand new Storytime Moda by American Jane. There's the panel with all the different images on there. So if you just want the panel, you can, or you can buy it in the kit to make the quilt. Now, with the quilt, you can make a quilt and a wall hanging or an extra big quilt. And you can use the, it comes with the panel and the design roll and the instructions. And there's even enough in the design roll to do all the binding as well. You just need the backing and the wadding. It's lovely, isn't it? Well, it's such fun. If you're a beginner to quilting, that's perfect for you. And that is everything that we've got coming up for you today on Sewing Street. Shall we start with some Tilda then? We have got loads. Look at my desk. It is covered in Tilda. Where should we start? Should we start with this gorgeous fat quarter pack? Now, this is the Windy Days collection. So let me show you all about the Windy Days. Kat's made us a special slide, so we know all about it. Windy Days, hold on to your hat. Windy Days are coming. This year's autumn-winter collection is inspired by the windy days of fall, when leaves twirl while the wind catches your umbrella and blows your hat off. The figurative Windy Walks design in 4 colourways are fun fabrics to use for backing, letting the quilt's reverse tell the story. This season's flowers are loosely inspired by Indian block prints, which go well with the look. All the designs have names pertaining to wind, and the Ayala blenders in 7 colours are useful and easy to mix with the rest of the collection. We added a new bird to the Tilda Friends collection this season. There are a few, that's some inspiration, some ideas of what you can do with this. We've added a new bird to the Tilda Friends collection this season, in addition to a selection of new quilts and pillows. And we're also releasing beautiful use of toiletry bag patterns in Windy Day fabrics. Now, all of those designs that I've just talked about and that Elliot showed us the slide for, if you go onto the Tilda website, there are free patterns for all those designs. And they are all featuring this. So the toiletry bag, you've got 3 or 4 quilts, you've got some cushions, some wall hangings. Now, if you go onto the Tilda website, you will find free downloadable patterns for all of those. They're absolutely gorgeous. Have a look. I mean, in fact, if you go onto the Tilda website, you find loads of free patterns. But what's lovely is that they use them. I had a good read of the toiletry bag pattern yesterday. It's really clever. You quilt all the outer and the lining first, and then you make it into a bag. It's a really lovely way of doing it. Tilda's just gorgeous. It's kind of, even if you're not a quilter, you know Tilda. I mean, a lot of people come into Tilda with doll making because the prints and the scale of the prints is so small, it's perfect for dolls' dresses. And I think I first came into Tilda by buying one of her books because I love the angels. I love the toys that she makes. And that's how I first heard about Tilda. So you might have come for it from the books, from all the different patterns, or you might have come to it as a quilter. But whichever way, it's gorgeous, and I love this Windy Days collection. It's really nice. So the first item we've got is the fat quarter pack of 20 pieces. Now this features the whole collection. Right, I'm just going to undo it and show you what you get in here. These are gorgeous. Now, not only are the patterns gorgeous, but the fabric quality is too. It's very, it's quilting weight cotton, but it's very, very soft as well. Sorry, just move my fabric out of the way. Is that okay? Right, let's start with the first one. Now, this is your large feature print, which, you know, obviously you can use as a whole piece, but is also really lovely for using for fussy cutting as well. Because you've got, look, you've got these... I mean, it just looks windy, doesn't it? Everything, all the petals are blowing off the sunflowers because it is sort of autumn into winter. You've got the umbrellas, the little dog. Umbrellas get flying off. Really lovely sort of, like a denim blue background. Really gorgeous, and it's ever so soft. But it's so Tilda, isn't it? It's the colours, it's the prints, it's the naivety and charm of the designs, which is just very quintessentially Tilda. So that's that one. This is a real iconic Tilda print, isn't it? Isn't that beautiful? So if you want to get a little bit of the whole collection, this is a great way of doing it. So if you've got an idea that maybe you wanted to make a small quilt, or maybe you want to make the toiletry bag or something, but you want to have a little bit of everything, all of the fabrics in this bundle all go together, both in print and in colour, and the scale as well, because what you've got is you've got some big scale like the one that I just showed you, and this floral is quite a large floral print, and you've got some tiny scales as well, so everything in this will go together. So $79.99, but you get a fat quarter of all 20 pieces. So that's that one. Should we lay them all out? Okay, you can see them all. I've just got to fold that one back up. There we go. So we've got that one and that one. Oh, I don't think I've folded that one up very well. Put them up. Another one. So if you've not heard of Tilda, a little bit of background for you, the perfectly imperfect world of Tilda. That's what I said it is. It has a very naive charm because it is perfectly imperfect. Tilda is a fabric brand founded by Norwegian designer Tone Finninger in 1999, best known for whimsical, naive characters and charming fabric design. There's a certain attitude to life in Tilda's world, whimsical and romantic, like a ball gown worn with wellies, perfectly imperfect. I love that idea. It's like going to Glastonbury, isn't it? Ball gown worn with wellies. The Tilda range consists of products such as fabrics, kits, ribbons, buttons, accessories and books. Tilda products are produced and distributed by Tilda Fabrics and are available in most of Europe as well as USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, China, Japan, Singapore, South Africa, Korea, Taiwan and everywhere. Book titles are published by David and Charles, and Tilda books have been translated into more than 18 languages. They are really a big company, very well known, and we are so lucky to have them because the fabrics are gorgeous. So in your 20 fat quarter pack, they are. I think I said they have a naive charm. I think the image of a ball gown with wellies is exactly what Tilda is. Oh, Message from Ruth. Hi, Rebecca and team. I had a Dukey cover stitch machine for Christmas. It's fantastic. Wow. Oh, Ruth, that's very impressive. So Amanda said she had a few sewn presents, but her favourite present was a sink drainer. Yes, she says she's very pleased. I think you are very easily pleased. I think a Dukey cover stitch is much nicer. A sink drainer. So look, these are all of them. Look. I don't know whether they're in the right order. There is no right order. Perfectly imperfect. But look, you've got, if I tried to put them in some order, you've got that large scale windy umbrella print. Do I need to move them down a bit? There we go. In 3 colourways. Oh, 4. We've got it in that sort of lovely raspberry pinky red and blue and taupe. And it's kind of a rusty orange, isn't it? Then we've got, I'm going to match them up now. We've got this lovely floral print in teal background and a pink background and a denim. It's like playing Snap, isn't it? Oh, I could spend ages doing this. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Right. Then I love this one. That's beautiful, isn't it? We've got some of these are available by the ½ metre as well, but isn't that beautiful? You could feel like you could just cut that out. Wouldn't that make a lovely, if you were doing like a Dresden plate and you wanted a beautiful feature circle for it, that'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it? We've got that one in blue and pink. And then the sort of the teal colours. Well, a lot of them, they've got mixed colours in them as well. And then there's the one with the blue, the pale blue background. I'm not sure they've got them in the right order anymore. Then we've got larger prints. That one and that one. And pinks. And that one. And then we have 3. Am I missing one? 6. Yeah, I'm missing one. Have I got... I wonder whether I've got one piled on top of another. I'm definitely missing one, aren't I? Well, that's very strange. Where have... Yeah, let me just check my pockets. That's strange, isn't it? Because I'm definitely missing one. Yours will have 20. I'm going to find it in a minute. It's probably folded up inside one of the others where I've got confused. Yours will have 20, so I imagine that's like that. There's one missing somewhere. I'll find it in a minute. But aren't they lovely? So now you can see these are all the prints, but you could also put them into colour groups as well. So all of the prints and all of the colours really go together, and you start at this very large scale print here. Then you get and then you've got large scale florals, and then you've got these much smaller. I'll put those there. You can see these much smaller ones. So depending on the scale of the print. So if you were making something like a toiletry bag, you could use the larger, like you could use this larger one for the outside, and then that would look gorgeous as the lining with it. But if you were doing, say, half square triangles, you could do the same thing. I mean, those two look lovely together, don't they? Well, they all do. But even if you put that one in, because you've got that colour, that goes with that, and then that colour goes with this. So the whole collection goes beautifully together. We've got a picture from Amanda. Good morning, everyone. Thought you'd like to see my dog Mabel sporting her windy days look. Lots of love, Amanda and Mabel. That's brilliant, isn't it? I think you should send that picture to Tilda. That's so lovely. Right, small warning, newsflash about the Moda Storytime panel. Half of the stock has already gone, and we haven't even got to that. That's not till 11 o'clock. So half of the stock of the Storytime panel, the one that looks like the Ladybird picture books, that's already gone, half the stock. So please do get ahead with your ordering. I'm going to find that other one. It's definitely not in my pocket. Okay. We've got so many to get through, all of these pre-cuts. Let me just pile them all up out of the way. 5-inch charm pack. So if you just want a little bit, but you want everything, in the charm pack are 40 45-inch squares, not 45. Very limited of these. Now, all of the fabrics in here are exactly the same, as you can see, as the ones that I've just shown you that are in the big fat quarter pack. I presume you'll get 2 of each. So you'll get the same 20 fabrics, but you'll get 2 of each. Charm pack, only £19.99. That's beautiful, isn't it? So if you just want a little bit of everything, if you just want to make yourself a really, really easy quilt, just sew them all together in rows and then join the rows together, and it will be absolutely gorgeous. You could put a backing with it, or what looks really nice is if you just bought maybe like a really sort of soft grey, or if you buy some of the Tilda by the half metre, put sashing between around all of the squares. That makes it even bigger. It makes your Tilda go that bit further as well. Very simple. Just if you cut horizontal sashing, join it all together. Cut vertical sashing, join it all together, you've got a bigger quilt, and it's beautiful, isn't it? And so look, you get all of the prints that I've just shown you in here, 2 of each of them. Even the big Windy Days one, the one with the umbrellas. It's beautiful, isn't it? £19.99. Now this is the most popular pre-cut that we've had, unsurprisingly. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? And don't forget, go onto the Tilda website, because all the free patterns are on there. If you want to make a quilt, it tells you, when you go on there, it tells you what you need as well. The Ayala. So Ayala is what this one is called, Ayala. And remember at the beginning when I said all the fabrics are named after winds. Ayala is the ancient Greek word for whirlwind. And Ayala was also a warrior princess in ancient Greek mythology. This has never been on air before. Now they've called this a blender pack, and when I first read that I thought, oh well, that's obviously the plains, because normally when you have a blender pack it's sort of plains, or it might have a little spot, possibly a stripe. So that's what I was looking for. I thought, well, I can't find that. I realised, oh, Tilda doesn't do blenders like that. No. So in here there are 7 fat quarters of the beautiful whirlwind Ayala. So you've got denim blue, pink, this lovely rusty orange, beautiful teal, raspberry red, taupe, and a lovely bright pink. So that's your blender pack. So when I was saying if you wanted to join your fat quarters together, we're using a plain or a small print, wouldn't that look lovely with those? And this is the Tilda colour palette. So whichever, even if you've got an old collection of Tilda, not the Windy Days one, this is the Tilda colour palette. So it will work with everything. It's absolutely gorgeous. And so you've got a fat quarter of each of these fabrics, 7 of them for only £29.99. And that's what you get, the fat quarter. That's what one looks like. Their fat quarters are, because everyone's fat quarters are slightly different, 20 by 22 inch. Bigger than the American one. From Mrs. in Suffolk. Looking at your tabletop, it's fabric heaven. Absolutely it is. Absolutely gorgeous. You just can't help but love Tilda. It's just so charming. Ball in wellies, isn't it? You're right, Mrs. in Suffolk. Come on over. Come and have a look through my table. It's lovely. So those are £29.99. The Ayala collection blenders. A whole 7 whirlwinds in one pack. 7 different colours of whirlwind. For under £30. Amazing price, isn't it? That's gorgeous. Should we do the jelly roll? I like the jelly roll. I'm just going to fold those up. Otherwise, you know what's going to happen. We're going to get really confused by what's what. I get confused. Now, I'm not going to undo it because it'll mess it up. But in the jelly roll, you have got 40 fabric strips. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? So in this pack, you've got, in the jelly roll, there are 2.5 inch wide strips. You've got 40 of them. They're cut across the full width of the fabric. So because there are 20 prints, you've got 2 of each. Now, wouldn't this work brilliantly with Emma's instruction from the 11 o'clock where she's doing the story time quilt, but using these fabrics, because there's a jelly roll in that, then you could use some of the bigger prints, because we're selling those by the half metre, and use that, and you would have although her quilt is using a different collection, the premise behind using a jelly roll and some fabric prints, it would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? So remember, when we do fabrics and we do instructions, you don't have to always get the instructions of the fabrics for the same thing. Have a look at them and think, actually, that would work really well. Oh, Tilda story time, there's only 9 of those panels left, and that's on at 11 o'clock. So if you want those, please go on to Watch Live, scroll down, and if you want one, you need to get it, because there's only 9 left now. But isn't that gorgeous? So if you love the collection, but you want it as a jelly roll, you want the narrow strips, well, they're all 2.5 inches wide. Depends what you're used to work with. Some people love to use these narrow strips. Some people want charm packs, some people want, but they all work beautifully together. $64.99 for the design roll, 42.5 inch wide strips. Right, so there are loads and loads of different colourways. So what Tilda have done is put them together in colours. So it depends whether you want prints or colours. Yes, so this is the, oh, it's fallen off now. This is the Windy Days collection, and you get, is it 7? 5. That was, oh, the Ayala was 7, wasn't it? You get 5, but in the blue colourway. So you get the lovely feature print that's got the lady with the umbrellas. You get the blue large flowers, the blue smaller flowers, and then that large one, and then the blue, the smaller print. Show you that one, the smaller print like that. So if you want a collection of 5, but in a colourway, those are all the blues. $22.99. So if blues is your thing, I mean, obviously there are other colours in here, but they all go together. The predominant colour is blue. So $22.99, 5 fat quarters, 20 by 22 inches each, and that's all the blues. What I love about having all of these pre-cuts is that they're catering to everyone. Some people want the 20-piece fat quarter pack. Some people just want a little charm pack. Other people want the design roll. And then so we think, well, I like all of those, but I only want the blues. So they've catered to all of that. That's the blues. That fell out. I want to just push that back in so I don't get it lost. We have got, what colour's this one? This is reds and pinks. So in this one, you've got the large feature print. You've got 5 again. You've got that small print. You've got that lovely one that I said that would be nice to cut as a circle. Beautiful raspberry red on the back. And then you have, and I'll turn that one over. And then you've got that lovely print there. So that's all, let me show you like that. All the reds and the pinks. 5 fat quarters, $22.99. Aren't they lovely? And obviously, they go together. So if you thought, well, I like blue and red, you could get the two together because they look nice, don't they? That's the blues and the reds. Then we have, that must be this one, camel and coral. Yes, this is camel and coral. So you've got, oh, I was calling that sort of like a rusty orange, but it's not, it's camel. You've got that as the predominant colour. So you've got the large feature print in the camel. And then you've got that floral print in the camel, and that, and this the smaller print, and then this one in the nice coral. The Moda storybook panel from 11 o'clock is now sold out. Well done if you've got it, hooray! Well done. It is gorgeous, isn't it? So that the one from 11 o'clock is sold out. However, it is available in the kit to make the quilt that's behind me. That's behind me. That side. There. It is still available to buy in the kit, but it's not available on its own. So if you want the panel, the only way to get it now, I love the way the gnomes have got their feet hanging over the top of that. The only way to get hold of that panel now is if you buy the complete kit. But you do get the whole Moda jelly roll in the kit and the instructions too. But the panel on its own has now sold out. So the last Windy Days Fat Quarter collection is grey and teal. Yes, it's called grey and teal. I like this. I think this is my favourite colour, I think. Yeah, love that one. This is the one that I want. I was talking to Kat earlier about how I've got a pattern, well, my sister gave it to me, for making a patchwork jacket. And in the instructions it says you need an old patchwork quilt. I thought, well, I haven't got an old patchwork quilt. So I'm going to have to make one. And I'm thinking Tilda teal. How nice would that look as a quilted jacket? When I've made it, one day, I'll wear it and show you. But it looks, the jacket is gorgeous, but wouldn't it look lovely in these teal colours? So you've got that sort of circular print, that lovely fawn. I love the background of that. It's a really nice deep teal. Love that one. And then you've got the Windy Days big print in the grey background, and then you've got finally the small print in that one. So $22.99, that's your greys and teals. So all you have to do is decide which colourway you like. Now, when Tilda brought out this collection, they also brought out mystery fat quarter packs. We've had quite a lot of them, and a lot of them have sold out, but we have got a couple left. Now, the way it works is that Tilda have put their fabrics together in colourways, but they're mixing collections. So because they do have a colour palette that goes across all of their collections, it's very easy for them to put them together in colourways. And what's lovely about these is that you've got a little bit of several collections. So the only one, we did have a lot of them, but the only one we have left now is the blue one. When Stuart's on with us at 10 o'clock, some of these are in his kits to make his bag. But to buy them separately, the blue is the only one we have left. So you have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fat quarters, which makes it $2.99 a fat quarter, which is amazing. So if you're a Tilda fan, you'll recognise some of these collections. They're all from different collections, but they're all in the same colourway. So because Tilda does have this palette, they can do this. You won't get... Well, not all of them, because they're mystery ones. They're not all going to be featuring these exact ones I'm showing you here, but they will all be blue. And we only have 4 of these left. After that, the only way to get hold of them, we do have them in all the colourways, but only in the kits to make Stuart's bag, and he will be on at 10 o'clock with these. But if you want to buy this mystery bundle of blue, it won't be all of those, but it will be blue, then $29.99, which makes it $2.99 for a fat quarter, which is amazing. However, we do have, so if you like that, and they have all sold out, we do have a mega bundle with one of each of the colourways. So in this bundle, this is gorgeous, isn't it? You get, there we go, 50 fat quarters. Now, again, remember what I said, they are mystery. They are something across all of the range, but they will all be in the same colourways. So you get brown, sand and cream colourway. That's what that one looks like. There we go. Brown, sand and cream. Remember, your fabrics might be different, but they will be in that colourway. You get the teal one, teal, green and yellow. My favourite. Isn't that gorgeous? I love that colour. But this is not available on its own anymore. The only way you can get hold of this one is in this large bundle, $144.95. But by buying them all, you are saving £5. Now, if you want to buy them on split pay, it's 2 equal payments of £72.47. The way that works is that we don't charge you any interest. We'll take out £72.47 from your account now and send you the bundle straight away. And then next month, in end of January, you will be charged the other £72. So it's just a way of spreading the payments. And it works out as £2.89 a fat quarter. You won't be able to, well, I will be very surprised if you could find Tilda anywhere there. From Patricia in Worcestershire, I've got the mega bundle and it's lovely. They all go together on such good value. Well, they do, don't they? I mean, you can see if I lay them all on their side, even though they are all in different colourways, look at that. Look how beautifully they all go together. You are getting, wouldn't that make a very nice quilted jacket? I know it's on my brain. It's only because I really want to make it, but I couldn't decide what to do. I've been thinking about it all night, thinking I really want to make that, but I don't know what to make it in. And when I came in this morning and saw these, I went, I know exactly what I'm going to make it in now. Sometimes that's the only way, isn't it? Is that you think, I just can't decide. But because we have such a wonderful choice of fabrics, all different price points, all different brands, qualities, colours, then the inspiration that you get from Sewing Street, well, that I get from Sewing Street, it's amazing because we can show it all to you without you having to rummage around a shop or go out in the rain and the wind and the fog. Oh, it's foggy this morning. So the bag that you can see here, this is Stuart's bag that he's going to be showing us at 10 o'clock. In the kit for this bag is one of these Tilda bundles, and this one is made from the pink one. Again, they are mystery. You won't get those, not necessarily those exact ones, but they will be pink and they will be Tilda. So if you want that one, the only way to get that pink one now is either in this mystery bundle, or if you buy Stuart's kit, which has the 10 fat quarters, the instructions, and 2.5 meters of fabric. It's beautiful, isn't it? How stunning is that? That's coming up at 10 o'clock. I'll put that back on. There's a pin in that. There we go. This mega bundle is very popular. I mean, it is gorgeous. 50 fat quarters. Just think what you could do with it. You don't even need to think. If you're thinking, all right, I want to make a Tilda quilt, you don't need to think about what goes where, whether it will go together, because they have a colour palette. All of those fabrics go together. You just mix and match them. So the only one that you can buy on its own is this blue one. If you want any of those other colours, the only way to get them now is in this mystery bundle, or they are in the shopper bag kits that will be coming up at 10 o'clock. But split pay, £72.47, and you save £5. I mean, it's lovely, isn't it? That suddenly you've got a Tilda fabric collection. Gorgeous. And I think having fabrics like this in your stash just inspires you. You might not have thought what you want to do with it, but when you've got them, it is such inspiration. And it's lovely because there have been so many Tilda collections. Some of them I've recognised them, some I've missed, forgotten about. I mean, the Farmyard one I'd completely forgotten about. I love that one, but just beautiful. And remember, go onto the Tilda website, and in every one of the fabric collections, there are free patterns. So there's the website there. Click on free patterns, and then if you scroll down, there you go, you can see them. So there's the Windy Days quilt, the umbrella quilt. These are the ones using the Windy Days, but you can use any collection. There's the toiletry bags I was telling you about, because I love that. But obviously they have used fabrics from that collection. This is the Flower Wreath collection, but you can use any of the fabrics. It doesn't really matter, but if you wanted to copy those completely, there's House in the Woods collection, Winter Fun collection, you've got quilts, pillows, and it's all on there. Oh, I like the leaf quilt, that's nice. Oh no, look at the windflower quilt. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I love the tractor ones. You've even got the cows on there. So go onto their website. I mean, it's just keeping going. If you want some inspiration, if you buy this, and when you look on them, it tells you exactly, oh, I love the doll. It tells you exactly the fabric requirements you need. And so if you want to copy it exactly, you can buy fabric from that collection. Or just, you don't need to, because they do have a colour palette. If you buy the bundle, that will work with most of them. So go onto their website. Anyway, it gives you loads of inspiration. So keep checking out for that bundle, because obviously it is limited, and when it's gone, it's gone. Right, now if you like any of these fabrics specifically and you think, I've got an idea, because remember, this doesn't have to just be for quilt making or home sewing. You can use Tilda fabric for dressmaking as well. So if you're thinking, well, I love this, but I want 3 meters of one of the prints, we have got it. But you've been onto the website, on the Tilda website, you think, I know exactly how much I need for this and I want to buy the specific fabrics. So we have got the following fabrics by the ½ metre. We've got these gorgeous £6.99 for ½ metre for Tilda fabric, which I think is amazing value. £6.99 for Tilda fabric. And it's beautiful. It's so soft as well. Isn't it gorgeous? It's just like a little walk in the park. I just love the way that all the sunflowers have just completely lost their leaves. It does give that autumn into winter feel, doesn't it? And you've got the lady there. She's trying to catch a hat. But you see, you can use this as a full fabric print, but lovely for cutting out, or using for applique or fussy cutting, because you've got lovely little images like this one. That's gorgeous, isn't it? So £6.99, that's the Tilda Windy Days Windy Walk in Dusty Red. There are less than 10 metres of this left. Now, this fabric is cut to order. So if you know you need 1.5 metres, put 3 units in your basket because it's sold as by the half metre. You will be sent 1.5 metre piece, not 3 half metres. It will be sent as a fully cut piece. So any of our fabrics that end with 0.5 metres, that means it's cut to order. In our warehouse, they take your order, they look at what you want and they cut your piece. So don't worry, it will be sent as a complete piece. But this is like, it's called like the autumn to winter collection. But yeah, this is like January, February, isn't it? It's going to be 14 degrees on Wednesday. No, that's ridiculous. That's weird, isn't it? So that's the Dusty Red. Now, the only other colour that we have this in by the half metre is the camel. Is this camel? Is this one. Love this colour. It's really warm. Do you know, wouldn't this be nice for dressmaking, though? Really feel that is... what a lovely dress. Just because it's, you know, it's such a it's a lovely colour, isn't it? But it's just got such character to it. It's a lovely, lovely dress. Really nice one. I think it would make a nice pinafore. A nice sort of flowing one would just look really lovely because then you could wear a different top underneath it depending on what colour you wanted to pick out. That's the good thing about Tilda. You've got all these different colours that you can pick out of it. You've got this sort of deep brown as well as that lovely denim blue. So £6.99, that's Tilda Windy Days Windy Walk Camel. Remember, if you want more than 1/2 metre, it will be sent to you as a complete cut piece. Camel. Right, which one do I want? I tell you what, the Ayala, which are the blenders, we've got 2 of those by the 1/2 metre. Now this is ideal, so if you wanted to make a quilt and you wanted to use this, I mean you don't have to use it as a blender, but if you wanted to buy sashing or backing or binding or borders, this will go with all of them. But we only have 4.5 metres of this one left, so get there quick. So the Ayala Coral blender fabric. So if you want 4.5 metres that we've got left of whirlwind fabric, this is the one for you. I've got a question from Julia. Morning, Rebecca. What is that beautiful quilt behind you? Which one? I have 2. So this beautiful quilt here is the Story Time quilt, which is coming up at 11 o'clock. That's for Moda. That Emma Bradford will be demonstrating how to do that. She's written the instructions to make this using Moda fabrics. That is coming up at 11 o'clock. But if you mean this beautiful baby quilt, up and away, this is coming up next at 9 o'clock. So it depends which one you mean because they're both beautiful and Emma's designed and will be demonstrating both. So that's the Ayala in blue, in pink even, blue. Mad. Oh, it's a bit early, isn't it? Too much chocolate. I know I have been awake for 5 hours, but I think I'm still in Christmas mode. This is the Ayala in camel. Tilda Windy Days Ayala Camel Blender Fabric. Windy Days. I'm getting all my words mixed up. I think £6.99 for 1/2 metre is a really good price for Tilda. Because it is designer fabric. Oh, there's only 2 metres left of this, so quickly get this before it's gone. I mean, it's so hard to choose any of these prints because they're all gorgeous. I love this collection because I think this to me is very quintessentially, this is the one that's very, just screams Tilda to me. I'm going to put it that way without the code. Oh, there's only 1/2 metre left of this one. I love this one. So if you want the Tilda Windy Days Skylar in blue, this is the one you'll get because we've only got 1/2 metre left of it. However, we do have it in other colourways. We have it in camel. Is this one called camel? Yeah, I'm getting better at this now. That's the camel colourway with the blue flowers. Yeah, this collection has been, well, it's been inspired by Windy Days, but also Indian block printing. You can tell with this one, doesn't it? It feels very much block printed, but that's gorgeous. £6.99. Remember, it's by the 1/2 metre, so you can have as much as you like until it sells out. That's the camel. And it's also available in the red. Oh, I like that. I love the way Tilda always puts together the colours. So in this one, it's called red, dusty red, but you've got red and pink, and you've got teal in it as well. But don't they go together really well? I just love that. It's often, I think, that's what I love designer fabric, because they put colours together that you wouldn't necessarily do. Wouldn't pyjama bottoms, lounge pants, summer blouse, cushions for your bedroom, many a cosmetic bag. Where do I stop? Dress. I think a little summer blouse would look absolutely beautiful in that. But remember, all these prints, they all come in that big fat quarter pack of all of them. So depending on what you're making and what you're planning to make, if you want a little bit of everything, if you're looking at these thinking, oh, I really like those, then if you get the 20-piece fat quarter pack, you've got a bit of everything. One of everything, in fact. I like this one. So this one is blue. So you've got those Ferris wheels. I think because it's round, it's lovely. But I said, wouldn't it make... So if you've got this and you're making it into something, you've got a little bit left, keep those bits, because it'd make a lovely circular motif. And remember, dressmaking, it isn't just about home sewing and quilting. I mean, a lot of Tilda Fabrics use for quilting, but you look on their website and see what they do. They do a lot of cushion quilts, but they've got lots of toys on there as well, and other little accessories. If you've got any of the Tilda books, I have got loads of them, have to confess, loads of them. They make beautiful, beautiful things in them. Lots and lots of little items, which is great. So say you've bought half metre because you're planning on making a cushion, you'll have a bit left over. So keep that for all the other little items. Go on the website and get some inspiration, but look at the quality of the print as well. It's very detailed and it's very delicate. I mean, these little flowers, these green flowers around the edges, ooh, that way, tiny, absolutely tiny, but they're very detailed. It's a beautiful quality print. So that's the Tilda Windy Days Breeze in blue, because all of these fabrics are named after winds. Then we've got Breeze in pink. Yes. It is pink, yes. Because they have such a collection of colours in there, you have to try and guess which one they're picking out as the name of it. So that's Breeze in pink. I mean, they go together so well as well, don't they? So if you had Breeze in blue and then you have Breeze in pink, they go together so well. Then also there is Breeze in camel. I reckon this one's camel. I feel that's coral. Oh. It's the oh right, so it's the flowers that they've picked out. So this is Breeze in coral. So you've got the tiny leaf print that goes around the edge in a lovely pale sort of chambray. The leaves and the stems are in camel, and then the flowers are in coral. And then you've got like sort of the darker denim blue for the little flowers in between. £6.99 for half a metre. Remember, this is cut to order, so if you want more than a half metre, it will be sent to you as one whole cut piece. Oh, right, I've only got 5 minutes left. Let's whiz through. If you want the smaller prints, this one I'm guessing is going to be, actually I can tell because it says it on the selvage. This is camel in Wendy. Is Wendy the name of a wind? Wendy Wind. I don't know, it's all supposed to be inspired by winds. This is Wendy the Wind in camel. And look, just have a quick look at this. Look at the selvage. Look, the selvage is umbrellas. So if you're like me, a selvage collector, what a lovely selvage to have. So they've put those with little umbrellas on them. You can see the colours. And this is great. So if you're using one of these fabrics, even if you've bought the fat quarters or whatever, and you want to match them to a plain fabric because you want some borders of binding or something, just pick out one of the colours from the umbrella. Because then any of those colours, those are all the colours that feature in here. So any of those colours would look really good. And I know sometimes people struggle, I certainly do, and thinking, I don't know what colour the binding should be. Or if you've got some of plain fabrics like this in your stash, you can then pick those out and lay them against it, because any of them will go. Just depends. If you want it to be bold, choose the blue. If you want it to be warm, choose the red. If you want to sort of dull it down and make the fabric stand out more, choose the brown. But selvages are fabulous things. They are brilliant for colour matching. So that's Wendy in camel, Wendy Wind. Got Windy Wendy in blue. That's beautiful. It's a nice smaller scale print. Little cushions with that. Do you know how, if you made something smaller with this, it would look beautiful embroidered? Obviously a lot of it is quilted, but you could embroider it even if you just picked out the centre of this flower, the red centre in French knots, and the berries in French knots. It would look gorgeous. So make the most of your Tilda fabric. Think about how you can embellish it as well. So that's Wendy in Wendy in blue. And then we have Wendy in pink. And that has coral flowers. So the main colour around here is pink, but you've got these beautiful coral flowers in it as well. So they all go together as well, don't they? So if you put the blue one with it, look at that. How lovely is that? Imagine half square triangles in those two prints. Really lovely contrast, but match beautifully. Just have to decide which ones you like. Very difficult, I know. That's why I think I would go for the 20-piece fat quarter pack, because then I know. And then we have one final print that I haven't done in 1 minute. Is this one here. There's the 4 colours. This one is called Stormy. So this one is in blue. Oh, so that one is blue. It's EP. Only 5 metres of Stormy in blue left. The next one is, I bet this one's Petrol. So this is what I think of as the dark teal. They've called it Petrol. So this is like you have in the teal collection. So that's Stormy in Petrol. This one is Stormy in, must be red. Dusty red I'm going for. Oh, getting better at this now. Stormy in Dusty Red. See, now you know the colours, you know the print, so it's much easier to choose. Once you've watched the whole hour, you think, oh, I know exactly. Know the prints, know the colours, and know the one I like. And then the final one is Stormy, and I'm going Coral. Yay! Oh, see, expert now. Stormy in Coral. So you just have to choose what print you like and what colourway you like. And if you can't choose, get the fat quarter pack and then you don't have to. So that's the Tilda collection. Thank you for joining me for this hour. Coming up in a couple of minutes' time, we have got Emma with us, who's going to show us how to make the gorgeous up and away quilt, this beautiful baby quilt, which is available in 2 colourways. Really easy to do, but very, very clever technique. It can be as embellished as you want. So it can be, you can keep it simple or you can make it really super complicated. It's up to you. Anyway, Emma's going to be with me in just a couple of minutes' time. I'm going to show you how to make that, and we will have the kits to sell to you too. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lamb. I'm the quiet one from the Sew Crafty Girls. I just wanted to wish you a safe, warm and wonderful Christmas with your loved ones. I hope Santa brings you loads and loads of crafty goodies, and I look forward to being back on the show in 2022. Take care everyone, love you loads, bye! Mwah.
Hello there, it's Mark Francis here, and I've just popped up to wish a very Merry Christmas to all of you, our Sewing Street family. And by the way, Happy Easter. Really long show this, really long.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you so much for supporting me throughout this last year. It's been quite a testing year for everybody. And I look forward to seeing you all in the new year. I'm back on the 9th of January and I cannot wait to bring you some new ideas and things to do. Thank you so much for your support and Happy Christmas. Lots of love, Beth.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about this beautiful up and away rag quilt. Got a message from Tracy from Tyne and Weir. Good morning to you all. Massive thanks to the help team who sorted me out over the weekend, and best wishes for 2022. Oh, thank you, Tracy. It's lovely when we get messages like that. They are brilliant. They're great. They're on the phone line. There's the number 0800 001 4433. If you have any problems, any questions, it's a free phone number. It's UK based, but in fact it's just around the corner from us. Family run, really helpful, and they are. You know, it quite often if you're not sure about what you should order, where it is, or you've got confused with codes or something, they are brilliant. So you can shop with them as well. If you don't want to shop online, you can just call them. And they're brilliant. You can say, oh, you know that thing that was on it and I can't remember what the code was. They always seem to work it out. Amazing. So thank you so much for that feedback. It's really useful. Well, for us to hear, and we will tell them as well. So in this hour, we have this gorgeous quilt kit that has been designed by Emma Bradford. She's brought in the original one, but I had to take it off her cat because it is actually her cat's quilt, and she brought that in with us. But we have redone it for you in other colourways. We have two colourways for you. We have the pink colourway and the blue colourway. So it's called the rainbow colourway. So you've seen it behind me this morning. This is the panel that you see. You get the instructions to the panel, and this is exclusive. I have to move my stole out of the way so I can actually sew it. This is totally exclusive, the panel, to Sewing Street. You can't buy the panel anywhere else. So look, on the panel are all the squares that you need to make this quilt. I have to cover myself because it's so big. It's huge. So on it, you get all the individual squares that are used. There are 73 5-inch squares in shades of pastel blue, lavender, pink. You've got some spots, you've got checks, you've got droplets, you've then got individual pieces of fabric. So you've got, like, this piece is for the inner ear. You've got this piece here for the animal, which can be an elephant or a mouse, that's up to you. Then you've got squares here for the balloons or the hearts. And then you've got one big piece here that's the panel background, so the bit that the elephant or the mouse sits on. So you've got everything on this panel that you need for the quilt, except for the backing fabric, which I'll talk to you about in a moment. Oh, sorry. I think I smacked my mic. Sorry if that went a bit noisy. Huge, huge panel, which I will fold up neater in a minute. And you get the instructions as well for £28.99. I mean, that is huge, isn't it? Well, it's 44. It's massive, isn't it? So that's the size of the quilt, but massive panel. Up and away rag quilt. Now, this is written and designed by Emma, so you know it will be work and it will be brilliant. Now, you can choose, it's obviously the colourway, there are 2 colourways, but when you've chosen your colourway, you can then choose whether you make the mouse or the elephant and whether you have balloons or hearts. So it's only the colourway that's different. So you've got everything that you need in here. So look, you've got the templates, elephant and his ears templates, mouse and ear, and there's the heart templates. There's the mouse details, and then all the instructions for exactly how to do it. It takes you through step by step, very, very clear exactly how to make this. So even if you are a complete beginner, you won't have any trouble with this. I mean, Emma is going to show us how to do it, but basically it's quilt as you go, even easier so. Now the pink version, it's called rainbow, because it is sort of shades of lavender and pink and blue. £28.99 for the quilt. Ooh, I've got the templates inside the instructions. For the whole kit, £28.99. Now, if you want the blues and the greys colourway, which Emma was going to be demonstrating, so I'll just show you what. Well, in fact, it's easier if I show you on the desk, because I can't really hold it all up. Basically, you've got 72. There's the picture. There's your squares. So they're in blues and greys. The little pink square, that's for the ears. And then you've got all the whites. You've got the grey background. And then the yellow stars at the bottom are for the balloons or the hearts. So that's the blue colourway. I'll fold that up. Okay, that's one. I'll just fold that one. The other one is a bit of a mess, really. So if you want just the instructions, we have just the instructions. So in here, in the instructions, it does tell you exactly what you need. Now, Emma was saying this is brilliant as a scrappy quilt. It really uses up. You need 73 5-inch squares for this. So maybe you've bought the Tilda 5-inch squares. Maybe you've got some already. You could use something like a charm pack you've got, which normally have 40 in them. 2 charm packs would do it. Or a charm pack and some fabrics from your own collection. You could use some prints, some plains, up to you. So everything is in here. The original quilt that Emma made, she's going to show us in a minute, she made with brushed cotton. So again, if you've got brushed cotton, that'd be perfect for that. Now, obviously, the panels that we've made work really well for this. Emma's done it and put it through the washing machine, and it fluffs up beautifully. But brushed cotton is a lovely choice. So if you just want the instructions, £9.99. And there you go. If you have a look, that tells you what fabrics you actually will need for it. So press pause, and you can copy that bit down. Now, for the quilt, you do need backing fabric, obviously. That's not included in the bundles, because we never put that in, because a lot of people have their own backing fabric, but you will need that because it's quilt as you go. So you just have to choose. Now, we've cut these into 2.5 metre bundles already. This is a whole piece of 2.5 metres, because that's what you need. £16.99 in chambray. That's 2.5 metres of the chambray, £16.99. Now, we've chosen these colours because they go really, really well. You'll see in a minute how important it is what colour you choose, because you see it from the front of the quilt. So if you wait and see how it's constructed, then you can choose which colour. So that's the chambray. Then we have Is this one ivory or cream? Vanilla. This one's vanilla. So it's a more yellowy cream. Really, it's a really sort of nice, like, it looks like clotted cream, really. It's that really sort of yellowy cream. That's the vanilla. And again, it will show on the front, so it's important that the colour that you use. And then finally, we have blush. Blush is the one that Emma used on the quilt that she's got hanging up behind her that you'll see in a minute. Because you can see it, and so it is important the colour that you choose because you will see it poking through. So if you want a pink or blue, or then we've got the vanilla, which is the neutral colour. So you see what I mean? You can see the blush coming through. So depending on what quilt you're making, do thinking about the colour of your backing fabric, because you can see on that one the blush all the way through it. You will also need wadding. You will need, how much wadding do you need, Emma?
Oh, good question.
73 4-inch squares.
Oh, plus the panel. So there will be that plus
but our wadding's extra wide. We'll have to work that out.
Yeah.
So this is our extra wide wadding, which is cut to size. We sell it by the half metre. It's 244 centimetres wide, which is really super wide wadding, isn't it? And it's gorgeous because it's 80-20 wadding, which means it's 80% cotton, 20% polyester, and it is beautiful. It's actually my favourite wadding. It's the one that I use because you want something very soft and fluffy, but you don't want it too thick and squishy. It's for a baby. You know, you can use it for a baby to lie on, or as a changing mat, or you can use it for your cat like Emma does, or you can use it as a on the cot. But you don't want it too thick and squishy, but you want it warm, but most importantly, you want it to be washable. And this is perfectly washable. It's beautiful. It's a really, really lovely wadding. So this is available by the half metre. It will be cut to length, £6.99. So if you want 2 metres of it, put 4 units in your basket. Right. So the main code that we've got at the moment, the XB6637, that's the blue that Emma's going to be demonstrating with us. And then the other one that's just coming up now is the rainbow one. And that's the quilt that's hanging up behind Emma. Okay, so now you know all the codes. Morning, Emma.
Morning.
How was your Christmas?
It was good, it was good. Thank you, yes.
Quiet?
It was quiet. So I have my granddaughter up visiting. But yeah, we stay at home for Christmas. I do all the cooking for Christmas Day. So
nice.
Yeah, we don't tend to go anywhere.
Lovely.
Yeah, it was nice.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Did you have an English Christmas or an American Christmas?
Oh, well, there's not much difference, to be honest with you.
Okay.
We do it pretty much an English Christmas. The only tradition we have is that every Christmas Eve we watch a Charlie Brown Christmas.
Right.
Yes, I know.
Every Christmas
Every
Eve.
Christmas. We pretty much know all the words by heart.
Wow.
By now. Yeah, so.
What time do you start that then?
It depends. So this Christmas Eve, I actually went to bed at 7:30. I was just so tired. So we did it a little bit earlier than we normally would.
7:30,
I know. Yeah, that was even before my granddaughter went to bed, but yeah.
Oh, that's really nice. I know a lot of people who watch specific films every Christmas Eve. One of my friends watches 3 films, the same 3, every Christmas Eve. I think we must start at lunchtime.
Yes.
That's really lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, we had a good one. Well, thank you for giving up some of your Christmas holiday.
Oh, no problem.
And coming to see us. It's really lovely to have you. And I love the quilt.
It is, yes, thank you.
What was your idea? What was the inspiration behind it?
Well, the inspiration was, actually, I had a friend who wanted to make a quilt for his granddaughter, but he wanted elephants, and he sent me lots of ideas. I'm like, ooh. And then I just sort of ran with it. And though he did make one for his granddaughter, which is sort of similar but different because he's designed it differently. But this quilt sort of sprang from that, basically. And I just wanted, because I do love a rag quilt.
Yeah, they're lovely, aren't they? Very charming and very traditional.
They are. And I made my original one. And the story with this one was I made it, and then my husband Michael was using it to watch television because it's just the perfect lap size to sit over your lap. And then the cat decided that he actually really liked it, and it sort of turned into the cat's blanket.
So it's now the cat quilt. Yeah,
it's a cat's blanket, and he won't be very happy with me today because I have it, and I had to wash it last night quick because it just gets covered in cat fur. But yeah, he doesn't like me taking it away and washing it or doing anything. But it'll get back to him.
So what's the tradition behind a rag quilt then? What is a rag quilt?
Oh, rag quilt. So, I don't know if there's more of a tradition to it, but it is a really useful, it's kind of a technique I first sort of encountered in the 90s.
Right.
As a very easy way for a beginner to do a quilt without having to worry about binding or quilting a big quilt, because there's a lot of hand quilting that was done then as well. So it's just a very easy,
so beginner friendly,
go,
manageable.
Yes.
But quite impressive.
Yes, and it's just the finish of it, because it almost sort of it reminds me a little bit of the chenille bedspreads.
Yes, yes, I see what you
that's
mean.
a sort of technique. That's a sort of finish that you get from the.
So
the
once
cut
you've learned the
edges.
technique with this quilt, you could then make yourself a full double by Super King bed size one using the same thing.
Yeah, and the idea was making this pattern was you'd have a choice of elephant, mouse, balloons, hearts.
Right. Or both.
Both. And you can really, I try to make all my quilts or my patterns so that you can really put your own stamp on it.
Yeah,
so
which
you can
is
make,
lovely, isn't it?
So you can make it exactly as I've made it, or you can. There's a lot of easy ways to modify it ever so slightly to just make it your own.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So where do we start then?
Where do we start? So I've actually started the instructions with the panel. So I'm going to move this out of the way.
So I guess first of all, you've got to choose your backing fabric. That's important, isn't it? Because
yes,
you can
your
see
backing
the
fabric.
backing fabric. It's not like most quilts where you won't see it.
But yeah, you do see it. So this one is grey, and you can kind of see if I show sort of here where you've got mint and there's no grey on the top fabric, but you can see the grey from the back poking through the front.
So it does border it, so
does.
it's important what colour you use.
Yeah, so do consider what backing fabric that you will use for that. Like you said, this one was pink on the back. This one has the blush.
And then that pink, really it
comes
borders
through.
everything, so you need to think about that.
Definitely. And for this panel, I think it's very, well, it's rainbow, so it can be for any baby.
It is, yeah.
And especially if you are concerned about having a pink for a boy, maybe a cream or blue if you want that.
Yes, if you want it more neutral, use maybe the vanilla one, or you could use a mint, couldn't you, or grey.
Yes, or even a lemon to match.
Because that is, it's sort of pastel rainbow.
It is. So I've started, and the way that
And this start with the central
panel, yes. And what I've done is I've marked my quilting lines. So this is also personal preference. So you'll see, and I've written this in the instructions as well, I've actually quilted this with just wadding and the top. I haven't added my backing at this point.
Okay.
Only for the sole purpose that I prefer not to have all the detailed applique sewing on the back.
Right, okay.
So I've left the back just plain, basically.
So you've quilted it first, then you've put the back on.
Yes.
But you could put the back and quilt it if you didn't mind.
Exactly, if you like that way.
Okay.
So that's totally personal preference. In the instructions, it's written this way. If you prefer to have it all quilted all the way through, then certainly add your backing at this point.
Right, okay.
What I've done for the background quilting is I have just marked using my friction pen, or you can use a pencil, very lightly drawn on. I've just done diagonal lines for this one. It's the same I've done for the background of this quilt.
That's just your
diagonals.
lines.
On the mouse quilt, I've actually done a crosshatch. So I've just done exactly the same technique, except once I've done this side, I then have marked my lines going the other way to make a crosshatch.
So that's sort of up to you, and the distance you place them, really, so that's your own personal choice. But nice to quilt it first before you applique, because then you don't have to quilt around it.
Yes, you don't have to stop,
like that.
yes.
Very clever.
Yes. And I've just used my walking foot, so I'll do one line so you can see. So it's a nice, easy quilting, and because this panel is a nice, sort of small, manageable size, you don't have to worry too much.
So again, brilliant for beginners. Or for quick make.
Yes. One thing that I don't tend to do, so a lot of people will be wondering, why isn't this pinned, basted? I actually find when I use cotton wadding, the top sticks quite well to the wadding, especially if before you mark your line, especially if you're using a friction pen, if you lay your panel top onto your wadding and then press them together, literally just iron them together, it actually makes them stick a little bit more. It's
not a permanent, but enough for quilting
yeah,
with.
just enough to keep it sort of in place.
Well, I hate tacking.
Yes.
Absolutely hate it. In fact, I pin instead of tack. Can't bear tacking.
Yeah, no, I'm the same. Well,
or not at
yes.
all. Like that, yeah.
Not at all. And none of this was pinned. I mean, I literally just sewed this up this morning and it hasn't shifted at all. One thing I will say, when you are doing your quilting lines, I always increase my stitch length.
What do you put yours to?
It varies. It's either 3 or 3.5.
Oh, okay.
What I would recommend is, before you start any of this, is take a little scrap of wadding and fabric and just try out your stitches to see which ones you like best, basically. But the reason to increase your stitch length is when it will run through the machine a lot smoother. You don't actually need, for integrity purposes, for the stitches to be small. They can be larger. They don't need to be as big as a basting stitch, obviously, but you don't. It will stay together basically, even if you increase the stitch.
Right. Okay.
And I've done this in a contrasting thread for the background stitching. I actually find when I'm doing my long arm quilting, not necessarily using a white or a cream, because they can actually be quite stark against a lot of different fabrics, but a very pastel, anything, pastel grey, pastel pink, pastel blue, pastel green, just a very slight colour to it. It's amazing how just something like that will actually blend with lots of different colours.
Right, so more so than using a white or a neutral is to
Yeah.
use a pastel.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I like, I've got a really pale lilac that I tend to use for nearly everything. It just sort of goes with it.
It does, it goes, and I find a grey.
It's like a grey lilac. I found it once and I've got a box of 10 of them now. Because I just keep buying new ones.
They're
and
perfect.
It seems to go with most things.
I think the threads, they tend to be a little bit like, I guess, like Scarlett O'Hara. You know what I mean? Depending on what you put them against.
Yes.
Because her eyes used to change colour, didn't they? Depending on what she wore. And I think the threads are the same. So if you have a particular thread, like a pale grey or purpley grey, if it's on blue, it will look blue.
I know,
if
it's the
on
weirdest
pink,
thing. I tend to use it with nearly everything.
Yeah.
Probably not black and navy is the only thing I don't. But other than that, I must have just come across it once and I just ordered loads of it. It's like, because it's a grey lilac.
Yeah.
It's lovely. I think a lot of people are often put off making quilts because of the quilting. But because this is small, manageable, you can get it under your machine. It's only little bits.
It is. It's only a little bit. This is the biggest bit that you'll ever need to put under your machine.
And then, if you then do a bigger quilt another time, you've practiced.
Yes.
It's a good start.
Yes.
Okay.
There we go.
So quilt the whole thing first.
Quilt the whole thing first. I'm going to leave it as it is for now. And I'm going to put here's my balloons. So your mouse...
Message from Pat. I was always taught to go as dark as you dare. I use a light grey for quilting.
Yes.
That's a really good tip. I think so, because I think we often think we need to match the fabric exactly, go as light. But yeah, dark as you dare. I like that one. Thanks, Pat.
Yeah,
That's a great
thank you.
tip. Dark as you dare. Scarlett O'Hara.
So I have traced out my template, my mouse. I'm going for a mouse on this one.
Okay.
Traced out my mouse template on Bondaweb and on the square of grey from the panel. And I've got his little ear as well that I have added. So that is a separate little bit that you just stick on top. I'm going to carefully, I have actually, with a friction pen, I've also marked out the extra little detail bits on him.
Okay, because that's in your templates, isn't it? You've got this sort of the template for the outline, and then you've got the template for the quilting.
Yes, but I am going to be careful with the iron and not do an Emma, as I normally do.
I always do that, and I find it really irritating. And I wonder why I do. But now I have my mini iron. Maybe I won't, you see.
Yeah, this is a lot easier.
Because I can then miss things.
Mm-hmm.
Very excited about my mini iron.
Yeah. So, you've got choices for sewing around the applique. Now, you can do a free motion, which is what I did with the elephant.
Right.
If you're not comfortable with that, then a blanket stitch around the edge works really well.
Okay, a machine one.
Yes.
So I guess, do most machines have a blanket stitch?
It depends. The very, very basic ones may not.
They might just have a zigzag.
Might just have a zigzag. Either way, if you're using a blanket stitch or a zigzag, what I always recommend is testing out what your stitch looks like on your machine as it's preset. So literally select that stitch and then stitch out a selection and see what that looks like, and then you can play around with the width and the length to actually get it to looking how you prefer.
It to be.
Yes.
Okay.
Now I've actually forgotten, or I didn't check what number.
Well, I was saying earlier, wasn't it, that I really liked the blanket stitch on your sample.
Oh, that's it.
You'll have to get a little close up of that because it's tight.
Yes.
And I really like that. It's very dense. It looks very hand stitched. And I think sometimes when you do a blanket stitch on the machine, it's too open, and then the fabric starts flowing. But you've chosen a really nice tight one.
Yes, I tend to like to. I think the setting on my machine, the stitch length is 2.5 and the width is 2.5 as well. I think I narrow it down from what it's preset and maybe reduce the stitch length as well.
Where is the quilt?
Oh,
can we do a little close up?
Oh, here, if I
all right,
pass it to you.
I'll come and take it off you.
Okay, there you go.
There we go. Have a look at this. We had a long conversation about this morning. Cause well, while Emma's doing that, I'll get this out, and then in a minute I'll show you, so you can see.
Oh, yeah, no. So that is...
So now you can see, if we're getting really close, look how, keep moving it, look how small the blanket stitch is that Emma chose for it. And it honestly looks like by hand, because I've seen it before where it's much bigger, but it really is worth doing exactly what Emma says. Try it out, because I love that. I mean, look around the little ear. It works beautifully, doesn't it? And, yeah, if I take out the balloons, look around the balloons as well, because you can really shows up here, doesn't it? Really nice and tight. So do practice with that. Try 1.5.
Yeah. There. So that's what I've changed it to. So you can see this.
Okay.
So the stitching on the left is what the machine did as it was preset. So that's the blanket stitch as it came.
And was that like 2.5?
I think it was about 3 width and 2.5, yes, length.
Okay, but you've
and
tightened
I've reduced
it up.
Yes, so I've reduced the stitch length to 2 and the width to 2.5 on this one.
But if you do a few of them,
yeah,
you could even write on the bottom.
You could. What I also recommend, if you do, I won't say play around, but play around with your presets on your machine, or take a picture on your phone, or make a note of it in your instructions somewhere that's what you've changed it to. So when you go back to it, if you've stopped on your project and you want to go back to it, then you know what to stitch. You set your machine back to. Yes.
Because I also because if you turn your machine off, it goes back to the preset, doesn't it?
It does.
What was it? No idea.
Yeah.
Question from Anne: do you do a locking stitch at the beginning and end of the applique, or do you leave long ends and tie them off later?
I tend to do, well, if I'm free motion quilting, I will do a long end. So I will actually put my needles through and pull the bobbin thread up to the top. And then when I've finished it all off, then I tie them all together and I bury them underneath.
Right.
If I'm doing a machine sort of applique, I will do a lock stitch beginning and end. Or if I don't have a lock stitch on my machine, a little backwards and forwards, basically, or overlap them a little bit.
So for a zigzag or a buttonhole, you'll do a lock stitch, but for free motion, you'll tie them off.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, question for me. I don't know. Good morning, ladies. What beautiful quilts. So pretty. Hope you're all well. Can I ask when the next bird of the month is, please? Don't want to miss. It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Very excited. So I'm on tomorrow as guest with Vix. And I've got they've given me 2 hours because it is bird of the month finale. So we're going to do the next bird of the month. And then at 8 o'clock and then at 10 o'clock we're going to do, I've designed a big quilt using all of the birds. Morning. How much wadding do I need for the rainbow quilt? Tar, Cheryl. I need to work that out. I'll be right back.
Yes. I can't remember if I just wrote squares or
Yes.
I think I might have just written squares.
It does say in what you need it in squares. So I'm going to work that out. It's not on me, is it? Well, it's because you've got to cut it into squares. I just need a pencil. No, I need a pencil. Oh.
Don't quote me, I think a ½ metre of that extra wide.
I bet that's enough, but I am going to work it out.
So this is actually stitching out quite slowly, which is nice because you've got a nice controlled, you can just move it as you need, move the quilt underneath as you need to go around. I'm going to speed it up a little bit because I'm going on a straight so I can show you when I go around the curve. Now what I do when I do my blanket stitch is there is always a sequence to it. So it goes front, back, front, side, side. And if you can keep that sequence in your head, you won't get caught out. There, so if I stop there, I know that my next stitch is going to be going forwards. So front, back, front, side, side. And I just stop and I just pivot around the curves and the corners with my needle down. So if you have the needle down feature on your machine where it always stops with the needle down, use that. Otherwise, don't move your fabric until your needle is down.
Okay.
And if it is up, you can just turn the flywheel a little bit.
And just make sure it's in the down position. Oh, thank you very much. How wide is the wadding? Is it 238?
Now I'm doing quite a contrasting thread just so you can see on the telly, but there's nothing to say you wouldn't, if you prefer to do a matching thread to your applique, then your stitches won't be quite as obvious as this is. But I do like a contrast, it does look nice.
All message from Jane Kent. Super demo with great hints and tips and lovely kits. It looks like a great beginner project and will make it fabulous lap quilt. Thank you, lovely ladies.
Oh,
well, thank you. I know, I love being on with Emma. She has amazing hints and tips. I always learn loads from her. And you can always ask her stuff as well because she knows the answers. Morning all. Hope you had a lovely Christmas. Always fab to see Emma doing a demo. This is a very cute design. It is, isn't it? I know she always knows the answer. So when you say, oh, should I do a lock stitch or should I bury them? She'll know the answer.
Yeah.
Which is
thank
great.
you so much.
Well, it's because you tried all these things, so you know
I
the
have.
answers.
Yes, I usually do all the mistakes so that I can tell you how not
Which
to do it.
is very handy. We like the fact that you've made all the mistakes first. But that's the point of being an expert, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's the person who's made the most mistakes and worked out how to solve them.
Yes, yeah. Well, I have to admit that is how I tend to learn and remember things, is when I've done something wrong rather than when I've done something right. It's like, oh, okay, I remember how not to do that now and help everybody else not to do that.
Question from Margaret Yvonne. Good morning, ladies. Do you put the same thread in the bobbin when quilting, please? Yvonne, please, from Yvonne, I presume. Do you put the same thread in the bobbin?
I do. So I always match top and bottom. The only time I don't is if I'm using a different colour on the bottom to the top, but even then it will still be the same thread. So I tend to use Orifil.
So it'll be the same brand?
Same brand, same weight.
And normally the same colour?
Normally the same colour.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Except if it's really different on the back.
On different, or if, especially like if I'm long arm quilting, if I get a request for a different colour on the back than on the top.
But always the same brand.
Yeah, always the same brand, and the same weight is very important.
Right, okay. Well, that's a good tip. I like that one.
If you mix and match, what can happen is if you might run into problems, and by having top and bottom the same, you sort of eliminate that, I'll say margin of error, but one of the things that could go wrong, basically.
So could you hand quilt this if you wanted to?
Oh yes, absolutely, and hand applique.
Yeah, so if you've got 9 months, or maybe probably 7 months because you know there's a baby on the way, easy. You can get them done several before you do that. Oh, anyone would love that. A new mum would absolutely love to have that blanket. And also, I think because it's obvious, because you have, well, you'll see in a minute, I will explain, but you have to wash it to finish it. So you know it's fully washable.
Yes, it's fully washable.
It's great to know, isn't it?
Yeah, and actually, I've made 2 full ones of now, and I've got another one in the progress. And I think this is going to be one of those patterns where you'll make one, and it will be such a useful quilt and pattern that people will be making. I think you'll definitely be making more of these.
Oh, okay.
And you'll be getting requests. So I know.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Michael's already asked me for another one. So, because he doesn't, you know, because Link, my cat, won't share. Right, so I'm going to pretend that I've sewn all the way around my mouse now.
Okay.
You do have some details, and what I've done is literally just continued my blanket stitch around the edge of the top of the leg and on the foot. You can just do a straight stitch on that if you prefer as well, and then just add the little details to his eye. You can just use embroidery floss for that, or you can do it on the machine. I'm trying to think. I think on that one I might have done a satin stitch, but a very narrow, very short but wide satin stitch on the eye for the mouse and on the nose.
Okay.
And then for this one I've chosen that I will do balloons. And the balloons just get added in exactly the same way, pasted on and then, or bundle webbed on rather. And you can sort of decide where you want them, and with the strings. The order of applying them is put the top ones on first and then do your strings, and then if you want any ones on the lower bits, put those on after, because they might go, the strings might go underneath.
I see what you mean. Yes. So they can sit on top of the strings.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So do your top balloons first, or your top hearts, and then, and for, I'll do it on here. What have we got? These, oh, friction pen. Nice. Friction pen, ruler. So what I did...
Right, yes, because you've got them going into the border, haven't you?
Yes, well, what I did, just so you can see, I'm pretty sure it is in the instructions, it should be. Once I've bundle webbed my balloons or my hearts where I wanted them, I then just used a ruler and a friction pen or a pencil either way, and just drew a line that I can follow to quilt the string down to his hands or to the trunk.
Okay.
So then that gives you a line to follow of quilting. It just makes it easy, especially for beginners. If you're not, you know, if you're unsure about doing that straight line, it's always good to have something to follow. So that's the panel. And then once that panel is done, you add the backing to the same size, basically. And it does the same thing to the back as it did to the front, where the cotton wadding will actually stick the back to it quite a bit to keep it where it needs to be.
You will need a metre. You don't need quite a metre, but you can't get it out of half a metre.
Oh, okay. So a metre of the wadding.
But you can get it like just over half a metre.
Oh,
but you need just over, so you need to buy a metre.
You need to buy a metre.
Because obviously you're buying more, because you're cutting more than this finished size, aren't you? So it almost fits into half a metre, but you will need a metre.
Okay.
I worked it out, I think.
So for your squares, this is what I've got some left over actually from this quilt. This is what they end up looking like. So you've got a backing, a top, and then 2 lines of stitching. So if I take these, so I'm going to use the pink actually for these.
They're like
this
little
demo.
ready quilted sandwiches.
Yeah. Yeah. The wadding is cut smaller than the top and back, so it sits in the middle, just like that. And again, you can, if you prefer, mark a sew line over the top of your top squares to follow, or you can just eyeball it corner to corner. It's how comfortable you are.
The blush backing fabric has sold out.
Oh wow.
But if you go onto the Sewing Street website and put in plain fabric, you only actually need 2 meters. If you go into the plain fabric section, make sure it's cotton, because we do plain fabrics and other things. But make sure it's a cotton. It could be brushed cotton or it could be normal cotton. Have a look there and choose your colour. You need 2 meters. And if you order 2 meters there, so put 4 units in, it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. But then you can choose whatever colour you like. Because I think grey would look lovely. Even a darker grey, like your quilt, because it really borders it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
But you could use the panel that we've got in the kit, but then you could use brushed cotton for the back.
So I've just drawn an X basically on the top of all of my top fabrics, top squares. So what I'm going to do is I layer this up, and you just eyeball. It doesn't have to be perfect, but that wadding square just need to be in the centre of your backing, and then the top just sits on the top like that. Pin, 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 pin. And I'm just going to pin a couple of places just to keep them in place. Clear this out. Oh. Oh.
So is this for the just straight line quilting?
Straight line quilting, yeah. But it won't let me increase my stitch length. Oh, I know why. I need to put it back into the... There we go.
Oh, okay.
Now it's behaving. Okay. So either 3 or 3.5. And it's just...
So do you... And when you do yours, do you do like all together? So you do all of them? Or you like...
Yes, I do
like a little production
Yes, and I'll show you. I do a little chain piece. So I just literally start in the corner. And you don't have to be super precious about the corner or do a lock stitch or anything like that.
Oh, because it'd be sewn together?
Yes.
Ah, I was just going to say, do you do a lock stitch with this? But you don't need to, do you?
No, but do start directly from the corner.
Right.
And go all the way to the corner. There we go. So we get one more.
Oh, so if you've layered and marked and...
The first line goes a little bit slower because you have to layer everything up. But once you've done the first one, they all go a lot quicker because you don't have to layer up anymore. These are my pins. And don't worry if they're not entirely matched up top and bottom. That's the other thing I really liked about this quilt pattern is it's quite forgiving. It's very forgiving, in fact.
That's what I like. Because although you intend to start really slowly and carefully, after a while, you're not quite as... Well, I'm not anyway. I start off really good and then I just whiz through. And so if it's a bit forgiving, that's quite nice.
It is very forgiving. So don't panic if your top square and your bottom square are not entirely aligned. So you can see on this one, I'm maybe about 1/8 of an inch off. It's absolutely fine. Don't panic. Don't unpick. Definitely.
Don't unpick. Always good to hear.
Yeah.
Do not unpick. The blush and the vanilla backing have now sold out. But as I said, if you go onto the website and put in plain fabric, then choose a colour you like. Because obviously we've got ivory, cream, white, grey, about 3 shades of grey, loads of colours, plain. Just go for the 100% cotton one.
Yes. Oh,
now the instructions on their own, over half of the stock is sold of those. 9.99. So if you've got your own fabric, if you remember, you need 5-inch squares, so charm packs or a charm pack, and then some fabrics, plain fabrics from your stash.
Layer cakes work well as well.
Oh, of course, because you can cut them in 4.
Yep.
Good point.
Yep.
Yes, layer cakes, which is always useful, isn't it?
Yes. And actually, with layer cake, you might even have enough to do the front and the back.
Oh, that's
so you could have a scrappy back too.
Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
So.
Yeah, it'd be nice in that mode of story time, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
oh,
I
yeah,
suppose
nice and
so.
bright.
So you, instead of doing a plain back, you could have
all
print
different.
back, but then you'd get different colours. Then
You
all
would
around
get
the
different. You
edges
wouldn't
of
get
the
the
squares.
same colour
No.
definition, but it would be more random. It'd be completely
That would
scrappy.
be quite nice.
Yeah.
It would be nice in that story time, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And there's actually nothing to say that you couldn't actually just make this quilt without the panel. So you just continue those rows all the way down to the bottom.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you don't need to put the panel in if you don't want to.
No.
Nice.
Yep.
Morning, ladies. Is the fabric cotton? And if so, does it not fray? Sorry, just logged on. Thank you, Bev. Well, wait, you will see.
Yes.
Yes, it is cotton.
Good question.
We're going to come to that.
Yes.
Well, Emma's going to come to that.
And it needs to fray, actually.
Yes, it's
so
very
it does
important
need to fray.
that it
yes.
does fray.
So once you've got all your squares sewn together like that, it's just a case of sewing them. Oh, I've got a little nest there. Just trim that off.
Nests.
That's because I probably didn't hold my threads. And you just take the seam allowance is written there. I think it's 1/2 inch.
1 moment, caller.
You do need to make sure you're accurate with that, as reasonably as you can be.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess if you're not accurate with that, then they won't all meet up.
No. So the corners,
so backing fabric sides together.
backing fabric sides together. So you want the seams to actually be on the front.
So I guess, do you have to lay it all out first then, decide your order?
Yes, and I've done sort of diagonals. I've done diagonals on this one as well.
Okay.
But you don't have to. I mean, you
No.
could just have it completely random, or yeah, however you want to do.
Okay.
And I still kept my stitch length increased. Oh, we got a little bit of time. I'll actually do some of these. So these are my leftover ones. Oops, there we go. There we go. So I'm going to pretend that these are more
So,
in a row.
so now you've sewn all your rows, all your
Yes.
squares in rows, and then all your rows together.
Yes, and what I did was I flipped my seams so they can nest when I sew them together. It just
Okay.
reduces the bulk when you're going through. And I have used a walking foot for this throughout. So for all of the construction, I use
Oh,
a
okay.
walking
So you
foot.
do have your seat. Yes, I can see that on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see all the sort of alternate squares are lying flat.
So once you've done all of that, you've sewn all your quilt together, your panel goes inserted in the same way. So what I did, and the order of construction is in the instructions. So
Okay, so that's all in there.
yeah, you can see it all together. Once I've sewn all of the quilt together, the last step that I do is a 1/2 inch stitch all the way around the perimeter of the quilt.
Okay. I love the fact that you don't have to bind this.
No, yes.
Marvellous. Or quilt it.
But I will say, actually, I do have to give Michael kudos because he did cut out all of these panel squares for me for the demonstration.
Wow.
So I did promise him that I would mention that because he's like, I do it if I get you know, if I get a mention.
Special thanks.
Special thanks to Michael.
To Michael. Thank you, Michael, for cutting all those squares out, because that was... I've cut these panels up before. It takes ages.
It does. It does take a while.
It does. You've got to get it right.
But
what I do is I cut them all out one day and then I leave it and then I come back to it.
Oh, yeah.
Helps. Did you do it with rotary cutter or was he a scissors man?
He would have done rotary cutter, but I don't trust him, so he was a scissors man.
Sorry, Michael, you're just not to be trusted.
Yeah, no.
Not to be trusted.
I think my exact words were, I don't want to go to the emergency room over Christmas.
So here's a pair of blunt scissors.
Yeah. But it only took me a couple of days to, once everything was all cut out, the wadding and all the bits, and I didn't even work on it straight. It's a couple of days construction.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Wow.
It's a nice, easy, manageable.
Yeah, no, it's, so if you cut it all out, and it's great because everything's on here, and there's enough as well. I was looking to make, you could put the mouse and the elephant on the same quilt, couldn't you? There's enough, should you want to put.
Yep.
I mean, I know they wouldn't be to scale, but if you wanted to put the mouse, there's enough actually fabric on there to do the mouse and the elephant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, Louise is messaging to say that she's making a quilt for her granddaughter whilst watching this, June, February. She's ordered this one and now she's got to decide which one to give them.
Oh, bless you.
Two.
Yay. Yes.
2.
Yes.
Everyone needs 2. One in the wash, one to wear.
Yeah.
Just discovered you on TV. Brilliant demonstrations and info from Louise Haynes.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. I know, Emma's
Bless you.
brilliant. She knows
Thank you,
everything.
So once you've done that, then it's a case of
this is the best bit, isn't it?
This is the best bit. Sit yourself in front of a sewing street.
Yeah.
A good programme, cup of tea, cup of coffee, and you literally, if I show you, you just cut the edges, and it's about 1/4 inch in between, about 1 millimetre or 2 from the stitching
so
itself.
just away from the stitching.
Yeah, so you don't cut through the stitching.
Or you'll have to go over it.
Yeah. And you just go round.
So you don't measure this, you just do it?
Just do
about
it.
About 1/4 inch
yeah.
apart.
And more random it is, the better.
Right.
Yeah. If you do, if it goes too, if you go too wide, you won't get quite a nice effect. So don't do them too wide. So between 1/2 inch and 1/4 inch.
Right. Okay. And I guess you get better at not snipping the stitches and where you've snipped to.
Yeah, you just get sort of into a rhythm.
And what
sharp.
do you use the end of your switch or the open bit or the points?
Well, it depends how good the scissors are. So this one actually cut well from the tip all the way through. You can see right here, I just use the tip. So either use a new pair of scissors or the open edge. So I would say these parts here where it's sewn down on the
so where it's sewn
bits,
down, you cut right next to it?
Yes.
Okay. So it depends how sharp your scissors are, because I know with some of mine I wouldn't be able to use the tip.
No, most of mine I didn't, and I actually used it this way, so very carefully, and if I folded it in half, so if I fold this in half, to get the quilt bit out of the way, you can actually use the inside part.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah, you need to. Quite satisfying though, because you're just sitting there, watch a film.
Yeah, and just snip away. And you sort of get a feel for how much you need to squeeze your scissors to cut the right amount. Less is probably more, so if you're a little bit unsure, cut less deep than more deep, I would say, because you can always go over it.
And what happens if you do snip your stitches?
If you do snip through the stitches, it's not the end of the world. Just run it through and do another line of stitching over it, or just do a little hand repair with a needle and thread.
Yeah, I think
just to be on the safe side.
I'd end up cutting one of them.
Yeah,
but you probably get better at it, don't you? And quicker.
Yeah, and well, that was my first rag quilt actually.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so it's very forgiving.
It is gorgeous.
And also these corners, because they're going to be covered up with essentially this chenille effect.
Fluffiness.
Yes, you don't even have to worry too much about matching the corners because it all gets hidden.
That's true. Yes.
Yeah. So if you're a little bit off, it's fine.
Question
Absolutely
from Josie.
fine.
Emma and Rebecca.
Hi,
Could
Josie.
you cut the squares with pinking shears and still snip?
Oh yes, absolutely. Or
wanted to.
pinking rotary cutter. Yeah, absolutely. because you're still going to get the chenille effect by cutting into the seam allowances like
And
this.
would that just give it a more wiggly look?
Yeah, yeah.
So once we've cut all the squares...
Oh, once it's all done, once it's all cut, then it's just a case of chucking it in the washing machine. Tumble dryer is best if you have one to dry it off.
And like normal 30-degree wash or something?
Yeah.
What if you haven't got a washing machine?
Oh.
I know, unusual, but...
Unusual.
Could you hand wash it or does it need that heat?
It does need some friction, basically.
Right,
So
okay.
you could actually get it wet and just rub it
Right.
to get that friction to fray those edges a little
Okay.
bit and possibly even line dry it.
So you could line dry it,
Yeah.
but does a tumble dry give it that?
Yeah, that
Fluffiness.
perfect. It's just easier,
But it
I
doesn't,
think.
looking at this one, because you've obviously washed it a lot.
That one has been washed a lot.
It
yes.
hasn't really frayed.
No, that one, the brushed cotton, isn't as frayed as this one is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with the regular cotton.
But it hasn't, there's not like threads coming off it.
Oh yes, no. It
And
won't
is that
like
because
disintegrate.
It's snipped?
Yes. Yeah, because you haven't cut through the stitching, it's still keeping that integrity.
Okay.
But they tend to, when they're frayed, they tend to sort of knit together as well. So
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I sort of expected to see like you get it out the tumble dryer.
Oh yeah, those threads.
Yeah.
No. They actually sort of, I think, because I snipped this one, in the car on the way to my brother's house yesterday. And when I got there, I was absolutely covered in little bits. So they sort of come off as you're cutting it. So do be warned. You will need to hoover or something after you've done it. But yeah.
Another question. Good morning, ladies. Lovely demo. Are the feed dogs down while using the walking foot?
Oh, no, not absolutely not. Because you, sorry.
No, absolutely not. No.
When you're using the walking foot, so the idea of the walking foot is, if you don't use a walking foot, it's just sewing as normal. Those feed dogs, they actually move the fabric that's on the bottom a little bit quicker than the top. So the walking foot is there so that the feed dog works in combination with the walking foot, and it grabs the fabric and it feeds it through evenly. So a little bit like an overlocker does, it moves it. The only time you would want the feed dogs down is for the free motion quilting, which is a completely different foot. You want an open toe foot for that.
You wouldn't use a walking foot anyway.
You wouldn't use a walking foot, and that's when you would want the feed dogs down. But if you're using your walking foot, feed dogs absolutely need to be up.
Okay, cheers. That's brilliant. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, Helen asked, why did you sew a cross in the squares?
Oh, so
you're not getting away with anything.
No. You could probably get away with not sewing across and just layering up and sewing the edges together. However, just to be belts and braces with that wadding, so the wadding doesn't migrate. That's why I do
it's a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's basically acts as quilting to keep your wadding in place. So when you wash it, the wadding doesn't disintegrate and move, basically.
Yeah, I guess because if you hadn't caught it
Yeah.
in the edges, it would start bunching up, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and I have to admit, modern day batting wadding is a lot better than it was back in the past. Because back in the past, the rule was you had to quilt within a certain amount of your wadding in order to make sure that your wadding
you always
doesn't.
see that on packets, doesn't it?
And how far apart. So you possibly could get away with doing it just around the outside. I haven't tried it myself, so
but
by
also
all
it adds
means
a
do
nice
a test.
detail anyway.
Yeah, yeah. It's just basically to keep the wadding in place and for quilting.
Yeah, so you could add more quilting
Yeah,
to
yeah.
those if you wanted to.
Yeah, or you could just do one diagonal line would probably
but
work
I
as well.
think it looks nice anyway.
Yeah.
But thank you, Emma. It's been
You're
brilliant.
welcome.
Brilliant. So you'll be back with us in another hour. So
yes.
if you've got any more questions, she's back. She's back. We're going to do that beautiful storybook quilt, which has already started selling. The panel on its own is gone. We sold loads of the kits already. It's gorgeous. So please, if you want that, if you want to get ahead, go on to Watch Live and you can shop ahead for that, so you can just concentrate on the demo. Now, this quilt kit with Emma comes in two colourways. The rainbow one is the most popular. That is the quilt that's hanging behind Emma. You get the instructions and this panel with all the sort of... It's a pastel rainbow. It's massive. Really good value because it's all the pastel rainbow. You've also got the fabric for the background bit. You've got the balloons, the ears, the mouse, the elephant. It's all in that one panel. $28.99 for that and the instructions. You will need backing fabric as well. Or the one that Emma was demoing with is the blue, again, $28.99, baby blue up and away quilt. You get the instructions and the massive fabric panel that is blue, dark grey and pale grey squares. And then obviously all the pieces for the mouse or the elephant and the background and the ears and the balloons or the hearts. That's all in there. If you want just the instructions on your own, because you want to use your own fabric, they're $9.99 and we've still got a few available. They're brilliant. Obviously, you know, as Emma says, it is a perfect beginner quilt. Absolutely ideal. And it's a really good way of learning a new technique. And once you've learned with this, if you then think, oh, I absolutely love that, I want to make a super king bed size quilt, you'll have learned all the techniques. It's fantastic. $9.99, all the instructions. And I've been reading through them while Emma's been chatting. They are brilliant. Very, very comprehensive. Message from Denise. Thank you for a lovely demo. I still have not made any quilts yet, but you are inspiring me to get cracking. Well, Denise, do it. Because honestly, this is quilting as you go. This means that you can learn the technique before you commit to the whole thing. Morning to you both. How do you get the raggy edges around the squares? Snip it and wash it. Snip it and wash, snip and wash. That's what you do, snip and wash. Anyway, we've got to we're going on to the next hour. Stuart is in the house. In fact, Stuart is, woohoo! Stuart's in the house. In fact, he's just trying to untangle himself. Well, untangle his feet. So I will see you back here in a couple of minutes when we've got him all untangled, and he's going to show us how to make his beautiful bag. And we've got some lovely Tim Holtz fabrics too. See you back here in a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Adele Rowland. You may have seen me on shows already. My passion is in dressmaking. I've been sewing now for about 4 years, completely self-taught. I've actually learnt a lot from the mistakes that I've made. In my normal day job, I'm actually a secondary school science teacher, and one of the things that dressmaking has brought is the conversation starter with my students about the dresses, the tops, everything that I've made. I have 2 young daughters and a wonderful husband as well. One secret or surprising fact about me is that I actually have a silver world medal for Irish dancing. My dressmaking top tip is always remember your notches. Don't skip that part with dressmaking because those notches are very important to line up all of your seams. I can't wait to bring more dressmaking projects to you and get more people sewing.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Happy 2022. Where's this year gone? Who knew it would go so fast? But I'm just looking forward to spending some time with you over the Christmas period. And what did you get for Christmas? Fabric? Wool? Why not? Well, I hope whatever you got you enjoy, and I can't wait to spend the new year bringing you lots of patterns and kits and continuing our sewing journey together. Bye for now.
Hello, it's Fiona from Sew Girl here. I just want to wish all the viewers and everybody at Sewing Street a very happy Christmas, and I look forward to seeing you all in the new year. So I hope you have a very merry, fun time with your friends and family, and see you next year. Bye bye.
welcome back to Sewing Street. So we have Stuart in the house, and we are going to be talking about Tilda and bags all at the same time. There he is. Say morning, Stuart.
Morning, morning, everybody.
Have you recovered from clearance?
I had so much fun yesterday. It was
Did you?
ace. It was lovely.
Didn't you like sell everything though? You had to keep like.
Yeah, there was a point at about hour 4 where my voice just threatened to give up, you know. But a little slurp of tea and I was fine.
What was your favourite item?
I loved the bolts of fabric, you know, 25 metres
I
of
would
fabric.
just love. I have
for
no
about...
idea what I'd do with it, but I just want one.
Well, the thing is, though, I mean, like to back a quilt, a big quilt, 9 yards of fabric to back a quilt.
Yeah.
You know, often the front of the, the main fabric on the front, I might use 5 metres.
That's true, isn't it?
I can soon get through it.
I know, but I would almost not want to cut into it, because once you've cut into it, it's like once you've cut a slice of cake, isn't it?
It's destiny.
You've
That cake deserves to be in your tummy.
Yeah, it does.
I've actually got a slice of cake that my friend Sal sent me home with yesterday in my car.
Have you?
Lemon drizzle, in case you were wondering.
Yes. Right, could someone get his car keys while he's on air and get that piece of cake out for me? Anyway, today, now just to give him a little break from clearance, we've got him in as a guest. Because, you know, you can't do clearance 2 days in a row. That's hard work. So we have got this beautiful, beautiful bag. Show us the bag. Show us the bag, Stuart.
Yes, the bag.
Now, tell me about the bag. Why did you design the bag?
Well, first of all, it started with the gorgeous Tilda scrap bundles.
Yes,
So-
which is a really, when it says scrap bundle, it makes you
Yeah.
think it's just scraps of fabric.
I know, they're fat quarters and you get 2.5 metres.
Yeah, I mean, there are 10 fat quarters.
Yeah, it's fabulous. It's fabulous. And they're all in one broad colourway.
Yeah,
so they
so
all
like
go together.
Blue, pink, purple.
Yeah, but they do exactly what I like to do in my scrap quilts, which is to combine all sorts of different pinks, for example. So there's salmon, there's raspberry, there's bubble gum, you know, there's gentle soft and there's a little brighter. So I love all of that.
And they all go together, even though they're
They
different
do.
shades of the same colour.
Exactly right. They have all that sort of sparkle and pizzazz. So I started with that. I wanted to do a bag. I'm really into bag making at the moment. Bags are fun. They're a couple of afternoons or a weekend project. They're useful. And what I decided to do with this bag was to put loads of skill builders into it.
Okay.
So within the bag, you're going to be introduced to a technique called string piecing.
Is that why it's called the string
That's
stars?
right, string stars. You're going to do some
string
string piecing.
Right.
You're going to do some very, very simple foundation paper piecing. So if you've never done that, you'll learn how to do that too. We're going to do some strip piecing, which is the most useful patchwork technique ever.
Okay.
We're going to make a 3-dimensional
I like the
scallop edge.
Beautiful.
Okay, we're going to make handles, we're going to do a faux binding, we're going to box corners, we're also going to make a security pocket with a zip. So there are loads of different techniques that are all simple, basic skill builders.
Right, and that you can then go on and use them in other things.
That's absolutely
So if
the
you don't
idea.
fancy that, if you think, oh, I don't want to do a zip, can you leave that out?
You could leave the pocket out completely.
You don't fancy.
That's an optional extra, but it's super easy to do.
Give it a go.
And what I would suggest is, you know, like, don't let your first zip be the one in your daughter's wedding dress. I'm just saying, this is between 2 strips of fabric. There isn't even a lining in there. We don't need one. Look. We've got lovely...
And no one's going to see it either.
No, it's inside a bag. That's about the easiest zip you'll ever do. So why not?
Yeah, give it a go.
Have a go. If you don't like the results, don't put it in the bag.
Right.
But I would say, even if you think, oh, I'm not sure about, have a go. If it doesn't work out, don't put it in your bag.
Yes.
But the point of the bag is that it's lots and lots of different steps that you can enjoy every
Yeah,
process.
because it's not lots of it.
No,
It's just a little practice.
Absolutely. The whole thing, for an experienced sewer, the whole thing, you know, a busy afternoon. If you've less experience and want to take more time over it, do it over a weekend.
Okay.
But either way, it's a doable project.
And it's beautiful, isn't it? And I love the way that you've chosen to use these Tilda bundles as well.
Well, this would work with absolutely any of the Tilda bundles. And what I did, Bex, as my starting point was to actually put together some different colourways. So using those scrap bundles, it was great fun to pick the neutral and the coordinate to go with.
Yes.
And I picked each bundle and put them together.
And then you chose what would go where.
Exactly. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, do your own thing at home by all means. I reckon you've got enough Tilda to do 2 bags.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you'd need to add some more solid, and you might need to sort of piece a few bits together for some of the parts of it. But I reckon you'd get 2 bags.
Yeah, so for the main feature. So you chose,
Yeah.
thought, like, what one shall I have for the handles, which shall I have the scallop, and then you do it that way.
Yeah, I
round.
mean, you can absolutely, as you're going along, I didn't make a decision right at the start. You've plenty of fabric for your first bag. And I just, you know, what would look pretty as the scalloped edge? What shall I use down here and in what order? But basically, you kind of use a bit of everything.
Yes, which and it's lovely. And they all go together anyway, don't they?
They do, they do. And then in the individual bundles, what I did was I pulled out a different solid. So for example, for the pink bundle, I picked this gorgeous dusky rose pink to go with it. But I mean, the facing, the pocket, the scallop, the binding, the base, they're all from that scrap bundle. So you don't need to add anything else. The only other thing you'll need is a 9-inch zip, or longer for your pocket, if you're going to put that in. A scrap of interfacing, if you want.
Okay,
you don't even have to put that in.
Just to make the strap a little bit, but you don't have to.
No.
Okay.
And then some quilt batting. This is layered and quilted. But again, if you didn't want to do that, you could just interface.
Oh, okay.
You'd want to put something in. You know, but I love the fact that you can also do some quilting on here. So if you're newish to quilting, or let's say you're a quilter who's made lots and lots of tops. I'm talking to you now. Made lots and lots of tops, but have shied away from the quilting.
Yes.
This project, you're going to quilt basically a 20-inch square.
Okay.
You know, have a go.
Have a go.
Try some different techniques.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, no, you're right, because I think a lot of people are really scared of doing the quilt because they've made this quilt and they think there is no way I want to mess this up.
Right.
Because it's taken me a lot of money and time.
Yeah.
But when it's a 20-inch square, give it a go.
And also as well, you know, it's very manageable underneath your sewing machine.
Yes.
And in terms of the quilting, I've long arm quilted this in an all-over pattern. You could do an all-over wiggly line, all over. You could outline quilt with your walking foot and then echo. You could stitch across just inside the seam lines, or you could do a wiggly line, you know, something like that. You could quilt a feather here, a lovely feather in here if you wanted to. There's all sorts you could do. But my top tip for quilting, and my top tip for patchwork and quilting generally is more is more.
Oh, good. I am absolutely rubbish.
For two reasons that this bag exemplifies.
More is more.
And the first one is in terms of the fabrics.
Yeah.
Because we've got 10 different fabrics, 10 different pinks, and they're all sorts of different pinks.
No, they are, aren't
The
they?
fact that we've got lots of them, more is more, means that none of the individual pinks really matter that much.
Right,
So
okay.
for example, if you were hand selecting these fabrics in a quilt shop and you had the choice of everything, you might well just go for all of the bubblegum pinks and put them together. It'd be very samey then. We wouldn't necessarily put, so more is more. When it comes to quilting, one line going around the outside of this star had better be perfect. Otherwise, I don't mean for me, because I would still love it, but for most people, because you'll notice every little wobble.
Good
But if you
point,
imagine
yes.
if you had 6 or 7 lines radiating around here, or lots of squiggles in it, do any of the individual lines really matter anymore?
No, and if you've gone off a bit or it's not quite right, no
Yeah.
one's going to notice. I mean, these kits are amazing value for money though, aren't they?
They are really good value for money.
So
because
$39.99, you get the instructions, which are $9.99. You get the fat quarter pack, which are $29.99. So that's your $39.99 already. So
Yeah.
you're getting the metre of fabric, so half a metre of pink and half a metre of white for free.
Yeah. And also you can
fantastic,
reuse the pattern again and again.
Well, obviously the pattern is forever.
Yeah. And remember, with the
there's enough here to
pattern,
do
it's not
too.
just about making a bag. You're learning
You're
all
learning
those different
skills,
skills.
yes, yeah.
You've that block that you've got there,
Mm-hmm.
that star block. You could make a quilt from, a
Yes.
table runner, cushions. It's a really useful pattern. The scallop you'll be using on all sorts.
The bottom of your jeans.
You could put this around a table runner. You could do this around the edge of a quilt. There's so much you could
Yeah.
do with that. Edge of your jeans,
Or
I
my
love
jeans.
it.
I'm liking that around the edge of my jeans.
Perfect.
You know, when you're fed up with your cropped jeans.
I do.
Put a scallop on.
Oh, I've never worn a crop jean. Not with my cankles.
Well, you need a scallop.
Maybe I do. A very deep scallop.
Deep scallop in a
Deep-
contrasting
I do
colour.
love a deep scallop
I love
in
a
a
deep scallop.
contrasting colour. But, you know, there is a lot of value there. But also, you know, we shouldn't forget that Tilda fabric actually, in the big wide world, is £16, £17 a metre.
Yeah, yeah.
These fat quarters work out at less than £12 per metre.
Yeah, I mean, they are amazing value for money, aren't they? They're amazing.
they really
Because when we were
are.
doing them at 8 o'clock and we had them more, we had like the 50 of them. It was just the price, worked out like $2.29, I think. These work out at $2.99, which is amazing.
It is amazing. It is amazing because I think even when I've seen them on special offer, they've been maybe $3.50
Yeah.
or $3.75 for a
they're
fat
just-
quarter.
And I love the way that they've put them together. I mean, they shouldn't call them scrap because it sounds like you've got
I know. I
scraps
agree
off.
with you. I agree with you. You know,
They
it's,
should have called them specially collated.
I know it's kind of the best of the best, really. And if you've missed previous collections,
I know.
this is actually a way of getting those really hard to find prints. And if you've bought more recent collections, like maybe Windy Days, then you've now got more fabrics in that same palette, that same style, that you can start mixing and matching and maybe creating other quilts with them. But, you know, super fabrics, the quality is beautiful.
I would like yes. I mean, and they're just iconic, aren't they?
They are, and they're really lovely to work with. And I just had so much fun making this bag. It's really big and roomy. I always make sure I can get 6 bottles of wine.
And a baguette.
And a baguette and some brie in my bag.
Otherwise, it's pointless.
Yeah, absolutely. And I haven't put a closure on this bag, but you absolutely could put a zip across the top, or you could put a tab on there and a button or something like that. You could put a magnetic fastening or snap fasteners as well.
Nice,
so if you wanted to do that, you absolutely could. But I suppose I thought to myself, well, the security pocket that's zipped, you can pop your purse in and keys
so that's
and
a bit
things
safer,
like
isn't it?
this. I'm putting in every bag I make now. This type of pocket.
Well, it's just nice because again, it's optional, but also it just is coordinated, so you really can't see it.
No, it
But you know
hangs
it's a
really
bit
nicely.
safer.
Yeah.
So
it
you've just
does.
got, the problem is you've got to choose now which colour you're going to make. That's the difficult. This is the pink. Yeah, I was just reading because it said red, but this is the... So this is the random. Now, the point of it being random is that there are fabrics from all of the Tilda collections. They will all be pink or red, pinky red, but there might be red pinks, bubblegum pinks, fuchsia pinks, all different pinks. However, they will all be pink, but you won't have exactly the ones that I've got here. You might have different ones, but they will be pink. So my favourite colourway is the teal. I absolutely love this one. So in this kit, you get obviously the instructions. You get this beautiful teals. Actually, it's not just called teal. It's called teal, green and yellow, but predominantly teal. Beautiful. That's the one that I want. Yeah, I mean, yours might be more greeny yellow, but it will be those colours.
But Bex, that's the thing we wouldn't do if we were shopping for fabrics, most of us.
No.
If we went shopping for greens for a quilt, I'm certain that the vast majority of us would pick one of those greens,
Yes,
and we
I'd
would
pick
buy lots
that
of
one.
those.
I'd pick that one.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether I would pick that one to go with it. But it looks great.
And the thing is, within a quilt, that is what creates the sparkle and the spice. It's like adding that splash of Worcestershire sauce to a cottage pie, or that little bit
Mustard powder to a white sauce.
It's
That's what I did
exactly
yesterday.
that. Or the mustard powder in a cheese sauce. That it's like, oh, there's something in there. What is it? You won't notice it you won't pick it out necessarily.
But it's
But it
there.
will bring your quilting to life.
And it's gorgeous. Absolutely, that's my favourite. We all have our favourite colour. And then you get 1/2 metre of the teal and 1/2 metre of, I think that's ivory.
That's a cream.
Is that
yeah,
cream
I think
or
it's
ivory?
cream. Ivory.
Ivory
sorry.
and duck egg. Yep. But they're free. They're basically free. We've worked that out already. Then we have blue. Blue. So again, you get the instructions, obviously. You get 1/2 metre of chambray and 1/2 metre of, I think that's white.
White. And the reason why I picked that colour was because although it's blue, when I looked at that bundle, what it read as for me was that chambray. It was
It
that
has got
soft,
quite a purple in it, hasn't
almost
it?
a lilac-y blue.
It's the Tilda blue, isn't it?
It is.
The Tilda blue is slightly mauvey though, isn't it?
It is, and this is the thing, this is what's so lovely, but then you have got some proper kind of cobalty and light navies in there.
And look, you get I love that one. If you get that one, the animal one.
Tiny Farm. Now, Tiny Farm...
I'd forgotten Tiny Farm.
Yeah, well, Maple Farm was the main collection.
Right.
And a lot of shops only stocked Maple Farm, and we didn't see Tiny Farm,
that's why I
which was a
completely
sort of a sub-range, but I think it's adorable.
It is. So this was the most popular when Stuart launched the bag on the 21st of December. So if you want to see a whole hour-long demo on Stuart doing the bag, obviously we haven't got time for that today because we're doing other things. Go onto YouTube, put in Sewing Street, 21st of December 2021, and you can watch Stuart's whole demo. And the blue one was the most popular one then. Well, I'll just show you the other two colourways. This one's nice. So
That's
this
my
is
favourite.
brown, sand and cream. Is this your favourite?
That's my favourite. Yeah, I love that. I think it's really smart. I love the variety. I love the fact that you've got some teal in there, some blue,
It's
a
very
little
classy,
pink.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's soft and gentle. It's going to work really, really well with the sort of cappuccino coloured solid. And I included a cream with that, just so that the whole thing stayed sort of nice and warm.
Let me take the instructions away. Look, isn't that a lovely combination? Obviously, you may not get exactly those fabrics, but they will be that colourway, and it does work beautifully. Because there's a splash of colour as well in all of these, isn't there?
There really is. And I suppose what I might suggest is that when you're sorting your fabrics right at the start, I mean, you don't have to do this by any means, because once you've done your piecing, you'll still have all the fabric that you need left. But maybe pick out the one that you think, oh, I'd really like this for the scallop.
So your favourite
I'd
one?
really yeah, you know, you get the chance to do that. If you're going out to buy fabrics for a bag, for a tote bag, say, we probably wouldn't go out and buy 10 different fabrics, 12 different fabrics.
But you imagine having to
solids.
choose your favourite, though. That's almost impossible.
Yeah, but you've got all of those. So you've got that choice. So it really does help the design process.
Well,
and I
know,
encourage
it's
everybody to be a designer themselves.
Well, the hard bit's done for you, isn't it? Because someone else has chosen.
Yeah, it's like, here's a ready-made, you know, kit, except that you've still got all the choice within that about where you place your fabrics and, for example, how wide or how thin you cut your strips for the string stars.
Okay. So the final colourway, final, is the purple one. And remember, you get your instructions. You get 1/2 metre of, what's this one called?
Magenta.
Magenta and 1/2 metre of white, I think.
Yeah.
And then you get this beautiful bundle, purple lavender mauve bundle. Gorgeous. Actually gorgeous. This was the second most popular on the day of the launch.
I'm using that today for my demo.
Oh, okay. Okay, so shall we move on to the demo?
Looks awesome. Yeah, I would just mention as well,
Yes.
I've got the Windy Days fabrics over here. I've got the 2.5-inch strip roll. Now, for the vast majority of my bag, that 2.5-inch strip roll, perfect. The only thing where you would need a little wider is the base, which is a bit wider than 2.5 inches, the base strips. I would just sew 2 strips together.
Okay.
And trim
So
them
if
down.
you don't want one colour palette, you could buy the instructions separately
Yes.
and then buy the
strip roll.
design. Oh,
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And then literally everything else, the facing inside the bag, the scallop,
Then you've
the
almost got like
sides.
a rainbow.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Or you could just pick out the colours from the strip roll and make a teal grey bag or a red sand bag. Same with the fat quarters. You could get a bundle of these fat quarters, get, you know, your own solids. Because, you know, actually 5 fat quarters plus some solids would be enough. Wouldn't give you the same variety, but it would be enough to make the bag. Right.
So if you want the instructions on their own, they are £9.99. That's the graphic on your right. Stuart Hillard String Stars Shopper Bag, £9.99 if you want the instructions on their own.
Okay, let me show you how easy it is to get started.
Okay, let's get started.
On your instructions, you're going to have what's called Foundation A. Got it right here, okay? You want to make some copies of that. You'll make 9 copies in total. It's full size on the back page. Now, once you've done that, you've got your 9 copies, siphon off 8 of them, and your number 9 copy, you're going to trim down. You're going to use this as a template. Now, we're only really interested in the bit that looks like a kite, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to add 1/2 inch to each side and trim it down with a rotary cutter. You could mark this with a pencil if you prefer and cut it with scissors. All right, and you're going to do that on
Good
all
morning
4
all.
sides.
Loving the demonstrations. I watched the other day and resisted. Couldn't resist again. Brown is checked out. Trisha in Warwickshire. I know it's difficult, isn't it, Trisha? You see, you think, oh no, maybe not, and then you see it again. And brown. I know it's hard, isn't it? I think I struggled to choose the colourway.
The thing is, with the shopper bag, with the pattern, you'll make it, you know, so many times.
Yeah.
Now, because you'll go to your scraps now and you'll think, okay, now I know what to do with them. And that's the reason we don't use our scraps up mostly, because we don't know what to do with them.
You keep them and you think, oh,
exactly.
not sure what to do with them.
So I've cut out my template now for my kite shape. So this is a great tip when you're doing foundation piecing, especially for main bits or bits you want to fussy cut. Do an extra copy or 2 and cut them up and use them as broad templates.
Okay, that's
but
a
always
really
add a
good tip.
1/2 inch rather than a 1/4 inch, so you've got a bit more wiggle room. Now the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to press all of your fat quarters, okay, all 10, and then layer them up and cut some strips. Now you want to cut some strips that are 1.5 inches, some that are 2, some that are 2 1/4, 2 1/2.
Just random.
3/4, yeah, straight strips. And then
They
you're going to
do
sew
look
them
nice
together.
together.
How delicious.
And did you choose the colour board? Or
Not
did you
really.
Just go, oh, that one's next?
Yeah, I just kind of picked them reasonably randomly.
Okay.
I wanted to get a nice mixture of sizes of strip throughout. But yeah, pretty much just picked up whatever. 1/4 inch seam allowance, press all your seams nice and flat. And when you're cutting these, you want to make sure that you're cutting across the longest edge on your fat quarter. So there's one edge which is longer than the other. That's the length of the strips we want.
Rightio.
So I've sewn them all together, and that's called string piecing.
Okay.
So it's a really, I know, it's a really
Technique
old,
number 1.
nothing to it, is there really? It's nothing to be scared
String
of.
piecing.
Yeah, basically it's a really old kind of on the prairies technique for using up little bits, because you might want a big piece of fabric to make yourself a lovely little bag, but you haven't got a big piece of fabric. So you sew all your little bits together to make a large piece of fabric, and then you cut your template pieces out of that.
Okay, so you
try it with your other
piece
quilting.
of fabric.
It's exactly what you're doing, Bex. What you're going to do next is on your template, just use a ruler and join up from here to here. It's that kind of wide part of the kite. Okay, it's just to give yourself a little reference point.
Okay.
Okay, it's not a massive deal. It wouldn't matter if you didn't do it, but I'll show you how I'm going to use it. So what I want to do now, in total, I want to cut out 8 kite shapes. I'll need to make more than one of these strip pieced units, string pieced units rather. And what I want to do is I just want to make sure that that line is pretty much straight with a strip.
Okay.
Because what I don't want is that. That's a different quilt. It's a gorgeous quilt.
But it's not this
one. But it's not this one. Okay. So I'm going to keep that. Okay, nice and level there. Okay. Now, have I got? I'm just wondering if there's a smaller ruler. I tell you what, I'm going to use my Easy Dresden. Okay, just to cut. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotary cut around that shape now. Oh, bless you. It's like having magic at your fingertips. It just appears.
It just appear.
Champagne.
It's like Alexa on Sewing Street.
So I'm just cutting around that. I'll move that out of the way. And I'm going to go all the way around the outside edge. Now, any little extra pieces that you happen to cut off like that, keep them, patch them together with a solid and create a crazy block, maybe for a cushion or another bag or something like that.
Just keep making bigger pieces of fabric from all your
Exactly. They call that crumb quilting. So there's my kite shape cut out. Okay, ready. So if you were looking at the bag and thinking, oh, foundation piecing, sewing all those strips to a piece of paper, we've just literally cut out that unit all in one.
Simple.
Now, what you would continue to do then is to cut out more shapes. What I would encourage you to do is move the template up and down and around. And for example, here, where you might think, oh, there's a bit of a waste there. If you think that would fit there, okay, avoid that bit, cut here, and then when you've got this bit, sew that to a few more bits of strip or a bit of scrap somewhere else, and then you'll get a template out of that. Really maximise the amount of cutting you get from each piece.
Okey-dokey.
So that's how we've got our main kite shapes. Now for your triangles either side, so here and here, patch 2 and 3, we want half rectangle triangles. Okay, we're used to doing half square triangles, but these are half rectangle triangles, HRTs. Yeah, we're doing a bit of HRT this morning. Oh, I feel like I need it some mornings.
Bit of HRT.
Right, I need a bit of a longer ruler there, so I'm going to use this one.
No.
Magic hands, where are you? So what I'm going to do, the instructions tell you what size rectangle to cut out, okay? So I'm going to slice that straight across the middle, okay? So now I have half rectangle triangles, and I've actually laid up a few there, so I can do those together. Now, once you've done that, you've now got the pieces that you need for your piecing. So I'm just going to turn that one over. Now, this wouldn't work if you were, sorry, try it the right way around. This wouldn't work if you were using a directional fabric or a fabric that you had to use one side or the other.
Right, okay.
You would do a right and a left.
But because it's...
because it's a solid fabric.
Yeah, then it's fine. Okay, now that makes sense.
If you were going to do it with a patterned fabric, what you would do is you would have 2 rectangles, you'd cut one way and one the other diagonal, and then you would have a left and a right. Okay, so now we're going to do a quick foundation piecing 101. For anyone who's ever been too afraid to try it.
And so I can't do this.
Regular paper, okay, regular printer paper. You can use Caroled Oak foundation paper if you want to, but regular print paper works just fine. Now I've trimmed the foundation down a bit. It's still got a very generous margin round it. Don't make your life difficult by trimming it down too small.
Okay, make it easy.
That's right. The printed side is the side we're going to sew on.
Okay.
The blank side is the side we're going to place our fabric. Now, getting started is the trickiest bit,
Okay.
the weirdest bit, but once you've got over that, you'll be fine. This fabric here is going to go there, but it's going to go on the underside of the fabric, okay? And I want the pretty side facing me. So if I hold it in place and just turn it, can you see it's covering?
Yeah,
so it's
wrong
like
side of paper,
wrong side to
wrong
wrong
side
side.
of fabric.
Yeah. What you want to do is hold this up to the light and move that foundation, that fabric, okay, until it completely covers the shape and you've got at least 1/4 of an inch hanging over all of the edges.
Right.
All of our seam allowance, which is easiest to do if you hold it up to a light source. Once you've got it in position, again on the paper side, just put a few pins in place. Alternatively, you could use a glue stick and just run a line of glue on the blank side down the middle of the shape and stick.
Right.
Okay. Just do one more check. And I'm making sure, if I just show you on the foundation, I'm making sure that the fabric overhangs past the dotted lines on the outside and at least 1/4 of an inch over these lines here and down here as well. I mean, that's why you've got a template with a 1/2 inch.
And that you've cut bigger.
Yeah,
give
I've
you
made
room.
it really easy.
Yeah.
Right, next step, we're going to fold the foundation back on these 2 solid lines. I can use a little ruler for that. You could use a postcard for that. So just fold it up against the ruler and then just continue the fold. Do that on both sides. I like to do that. I'll show you why. It's all about making our final job of sewing it together easy peasy. Now this exposes the seam allowance on that shape. At the moment, it's generous. It's about, you know, more than 1/2 an inch. I'm going to just pop a ruler down, any ruler with 1/4 of an inch edge, and I'm just going to trim that little bit of scrap off. Because the extra fabric I allowed was only for placement.
Okay.
When I actually come to sew, I do just want 1/4 of an inch hanging over.
So can you leave that extra 1/2 inch or do you have to trim it at this stage?
I would say trim it off, and the reason why you want to trim it off is because when you place your next piece of fabric, if you're then working with 1/2 an inch of fabric,
then you've got,
it might not
okay.
be big enough.
Okay.
Now I deliberately planned out these 1/2 rectangle triangles to be as bigger than you need them to be.
Right.
Again, so you're not having to worry about where you put the fabric. Okay, line the edges up, right sides together. And again, if you want to, you can pin. I'm not going to. On my sewing machine, I'm going to dial it down, stitch length down to 1.8. And I want a centre needle position.
So why have you reduced the stitch length?
Okay, the stitches are going to perforate the paper as I'm sewing it, enough for easy removal.
Okay.
Now start sewing outside the dotted line, so outside the seam allowance, and you're sewing on the solid line, okay? That is your sewing line. So this is why foundation piecing, once you've got your head round the weird, you know, which way up's the fabric, is so beginner friendly because it actually doesn't ask you to sew an accurate seam allowance. It asks you to sew on a printed line. And I mean, someone who's never sewn before can do that. So flip it back, press it just with your fingernail, that's fine. Next piece of fabric in place. And literally 2 seams and you're done. Okay, so I'm going to sew the other side.
But you've learned now the sort of technicalities.
This is the technique. This is how to do foundation paper piecing. So if you've looked at a fabulous Tula Pink, you know, her tattoo quilt, I forget what it's called, but, you know, and you want to do that, but you think, I've never done foundation piecing before.
There you go,
Start
easy.
here. So Pins out. I'm going to give this a quick press. Okay. That's it. And then the last thing that I'm going to do with that block is trim it down. And I'm trimming on the outer dotted line. That includes your seam allowance. So trim all around. I personally use my regular rotary cutter. I know I'm cutting through paper. There's nothing in modern paper that's going to blunt your scissors or your rotary cutter any faster than cutting fabric. Okay, so don't worry about using, or you don't have to have a special rotary cutter. And that is it.
But doesn't that, now you've put the white against it.
Perfect point.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I love that.
Beautiful, yeah. So much you could do with that, because you know it's basically a kaleidoscope block in another incarnation.
It's beautiful. Oh well, thank you. That's been fab. Love that. Love that. Don't forget, if you want to see the full demonstration, because we've only given Stuart a bit of time, because we've got other fabric we want to chat about.
We
21st of December is the other one, but that was brilliant. Really lovely way to explain foundation paper piecing, because I know when I first learnt it, I was like, oh, I'm never going to learn this.
It's a real Marmite technique, and it shouldn't be. It should be a technique that every sewer, every quilter loves, and I'm passionate about sharing how simple it is to do if you pick a simple block to start with.
I think that's great. I love them. I love your design, Stuart, because I think it's lovely that everyone learns something.
Yeah, the whole bag in itself is a sort of a teaching project, if you like.
Yes, that's brilliant, because it gives you the confidence then to go and do something else with it, or come up with other ideas.
And the techniques in it you'll use in so many other projects as well. So yeah, it's a good one.
It's fab. So Stuart was demoing, got my words all mixed up, with the purple bundle. Don't forget that when you buy this, you get the instructions, the 10 fat quarters, and then you get the metre of fabric that you need to coordinate with it for free. For free. Because that fabric, if you look at the price of the bundle and the price of the instructions, the fabric that you need for the rest of the bag comes for you for free. These fat quarter bundles are not available on their own anymore. They were before, but they have gone. So the only way you can get hold of these now is either in this kit or in the mega bundle. But you can't get hold of these on their own, and they are gorgeous. Gorgeous. Lovely to see what they look like going together. The favourite today is my favourite. Is the teal one. See, because that is the nicest one. It is the nicest one. I love that. It's just beautiful, because I think it goes with so many things. It's gorgeous. Remember, you won't get exactly those fat quarters necessarily. You might. You never know, because you might get this one.
I mean, the thing is, that's your teal bundle. Oh. That's my teal bundle that I got at a different time.
Yes.
And I don't know if you want to put them together and just see, but...
Yeah, so they're almost the same, aren't they?
Yeah.
Almost. Just slightly different. But you will pretty much get the white
I don't mind which one I get back, you see, because they're all gorgeous.
Yours is colder than mine. You had yours in the car.
It's my icy touch. It is.
We've got the pink one that the bag was made from, which is this one. Beautiful, beautiful. Those two blender fabrics, gorgeous with them. Love the plain ones. Isn't that lovely? Message from Trisha. Absolutely fabulous demonstration. I cannot wait for my kit to arrive. Thanks, Stuart, from Trisha in Warwickshire.
Trisha, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you.
Love how easy Stuart explained it. I trimmed after sewing. After seeing sewing, might try this going forward.
Yeah, trimming it after you sew it, yeah. It makes all the difference when you fold back your foundation, you trim your seam allowance, and if you were adding another foundation, you would fold then against that seam,
Yes.
trim it back to 1/4 of an inch. And what it means then is when you add your next patch of fabric, you know exactly where to line up the edges because they're trimmed back to 1/4 of an inch. There's no guesswork. It's really easy. And the other thing as well is, I know none of us like wasting fabric. I'm going to put that out there. We don't like wasting fabric. And so one of the criticisms of foundation piecing sometimes is, well, you trim fabric up, what a waste of fabric. The results justify a little extra fabric.
Yes, exactly.
But the real waste of fabric is when you make something and it doesn't fit together nicely and you never finish it and you throw it in a bag.
Absolutely, and you can't unpick it, and yes,
Right.
that's the proper waste. You're
If
right.
you get fab results and you love what you've sewn, it doesn't matter if it uses a bit of extra fabric. The ultimate is you've got that beautiful bag.
True, true. Kathy has asked, does sewing through paper blunt your needle?
Brilliant question. Thanks for asking that. You should change your sewing machine needle every 6 to 8 hours, whatever you're sewing.
Right.
If you're machine quilting or foundation paper piecing, you should change your needle at the 6-hour mark. If you're doing anything else, you can go up to 8 hours of sewing time. So yes, it does a little, but we're talking about a couple of hours
Yeah, so
less.
not absolutely loads,
No,
just
but
a little.
the surprise to most of us is every 8 hours.
I
You mean
know.
not every 6 to 8 weeks
Or when it
slash
breaks.
months?
No, when it breaks.
When it breaks slash my needle needs changing. It's not a lifetime purchase.
I know. Always have a spare packet of needles.
Yes.
Right, the brown one is, this is Stuart's favourite.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Love those. I'm just taking the instructions out of the way. You can see the colour's better. Oh, isn't that beautiful? So neutral, but all of them have got that little pop of colour in to give a little bit more interest. I mean, look at that one there. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And then the final one is the blue, which was the most popular when Stuart did it on the 21st. Keeps changing. Keeps changing. So obviously you get the instructions and then you get that gorgeous chambray and white, which is so crisp. Every time you say blue, my little dog Blue looks at the TV, and when Stuart says blue, Blue twitches his ears.
Oh, I've got to try it now.
Blue.
Hey, Blue. Hey, Blue. Blue. Hey,
Oh,
Blue.
Rebecca. I'm sorry I said Emma when I sent the message about my dog Blue. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. We could keep going, Blue.
Oh, it's so
the
cute.
Blue. It's doing really well. And it's beautiful, isn't it? And I love that chambray. And that Stuart's picked that out because it is a very movie blue, which is what the Tilda blue is. And it's beautiful. Now, if you want the instructions on their own, because you've got your own scraps, or you've got the strip roll, which would be perfect, the design roll, 2.5-inch strips, you can get them on their own, $9.99. And remember, it's not just about making a bag, it's about learning techniques that you can then use on bigger projects. So if you're scared of quilting, have a go with the bag. And then once you've cracked that, then it's not about learning this, it's not about that, it's more about the confidence. It gives you the confidence then to do it on something bigger.
Yeah.
And if you love the idea of the mystery fab quarter packs, which we do have a bundle. So all 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them, 50 Tilda fat quarters. What more could you want in life? 50 fat.
Rebecca, how beautiful do those
I know,
fabrics
it's
look
just
together?
It's just gorgeous, isn't it?
Whichever way you move them round, they look amazing.
Okay, they're absolutely gorgeous. Oh, we've got another message from Joan. Good morning, Stuart from Howden.
Morning, it's Deputy Joan, everyone. It's Deputy Joan.
Watching you with Alison, the first time she's seen you on TV, we are wallowing in the beautiful fabrics and loving the bag. Think she'll be telling Hannah about this.
Ah, that's lovely.
Sent
That's
with kind
lovely.
thoughts by Joan. Who's Joan then?
Well, Hannah's like my sister because Joan's like I'm like Joan's middle child.
Okay.
So Hannah's my elder sister. Morning, Hannah. Morning, Joan. Joan is a very, very dear friend of mine, and she's an amazing quilter, bag maker, designer in her own right too. And Joan has made some of the quilts in my previous books, and we often. She's my brains trust when I need a second opinion that I really value. We get together and we go through plans and we, you know, make changes. So she's a great, great asset.
Oh, nice. Oh, well, thank you for the message, Jane. That's lovely. Now, there are only 15 of these glorious, beautiful mega bundles left. They work out at £2.89 for a fat quarter. I mean, you are never going to find, I can't say never, you are very unlikely to find Tilda Fabrics at this price. Remember, if you want to spread the payments, you can do it in 2 equal payments of £72.47. It won't cost you any more. We don't charge interest on that. We only do that to make it easier for you to spread the cost. And not only that, when you pay the first instalment, you get something straight away. You haven't got to wait till you pay the second instalment. So if you love Tilda and you want to build your stash, this is the way to do it. This is the way. Right, 5-inch squares, Windy Days. We had these on air at 8 o'clock. Gorgeous charm pack featuring 2 squares from all 20 fabrics from the Tilda Windy Days collection. And they are gorgeous. All in the iconic Tilda colours, but the beautiful new fabrics. We've also got a fat quarter pack of these. Now, you can either have the big one, which has got 20. There are 20 fabrics in the Tilda Windy Days collection, and you get a fat quarter of all of them. They are delicious, aren't they? So these are... Oh, look, Stuart's holding them all up.
I've got these.
He's got all of them. He's got the small ones. The ones that Stuart are holding are $22.99, and they're broken down to colourways, so you only get 5, I think,
You get
in
5,
each of those.
but yeah.
But in this one, you get the 20. $79.99. Look at them. How beautiful. I think I'm hopefully going to make a circle by the time I get to the end. But aren't they absolutely delicious? So if you want the Tilda Windy Days, I like the colours in these. They're very soft, aren't they?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Sort of vintagey.
Yeah, that range was inspired by Indian block printing.
You can sort of see that in it,
You totally
can't you?
can,
It's
absolutely.
just really soft and lovely.
I
And
so
it's-
enjoyed, I made a quilt using that and some bags, and I so enjoyed using it. Be perfect for my String Stars bag. You could use the strip roll, you could use a fat quarter bundle or the mega bundle. It's absolutely beautiful, so lovely.
Gorgeous. Right, quickly, we were supposed to talk about Tim Holtz. We've just got to talk
Timothy
about
Holtz.
Timothy Holtz. Now, Stuart and I love Tim Holtz.
We do.
We're both big Tim Holtz fans. I've just got to move I've got too much stuff on my desk now.
You've got all the good stuff over there,
I
haven't
know,
you?
it's my shop. The Worn Croc Bundle. So this is available as a bundle, but they're also available by the half metre. So this is like a worn crocodile then?
Yeah, it's based on crocodile skin, and it's multi-tonal. They're in a really sort of moody colour palette.
Ooh,
I love
beautiful.
that.
I love this olive
With names
one.
like Bayou and Hickory. They're absolutely Everglade. They're just beautiful.
Oh yeah, this is Bayou.
Bayou,
So have you made that bag from
so I
it?
made this bag using 2 of the fabrics. I used Pebble and Hickory for my little bag here, and I'll just give you a quick tour of it. It's ever so easy to make. Essentially,
Half a metre of each.
Yeah, half a metre. Essentially, it's a zippy bag, okay, with a zip down the top, okay. What I did was I split the top, the front and the back into an upper and a lower. So I used some of the hickory, about 3.5, 4.5 inch strip of the hickory brown on the bottom and the top, a rectangle, yeah. And I did the same on the back, except that on the back, there was a second strip at the top. So this section, I just cut into 2 parts, a thin strip at the top, about 2 inches wide, and then the lower part, and then the base. And then I made the flap, okay, as a whole, front and back, both in the hickory. I mean, it looks textured, doesn't it? You expect
amazing,
when you run
isn't
your
it?
hand over it that it will be
It
bumpy.
really does. I don't know how
And it's
he
quilt weight
does it.
cotton. Well, it's almost photographic, isn't it? It's incredible.
Just beautiful, isn't it?
And then the only other thing I added, which you could add on so many bags, particularly ones with Bosal in our form, is this. And it's literally how we would make a strap. Okay, just folded fabric, and then it's just inserted into the seam, so just basted on. And with in our form, because it has that kind of springy memory, this flap kind of wants to like spring back a little bit. So tucking it under there is enough just to hold it all together. Gorgeous. So you get this really smart little bag. Cool, huh? I loved making that. It was great fun.
So if you want the fabric, you can buy the whole bundle, which contains 1/2 metre of all of these colours. So you've got like the pale brown, a darker brown, you've got like a charcoal. I mean, they've got much more interesting names in this, but just to show you what the colours, like an olive green, a really sort of deep ocean blue.
That's lovely, isn't it?
I love that one, like a teal blue.
Yeah.
Beautiful royal blue, that's fantastic. A sandy colour. And then this lovely burgundy wine colour, like a Merlot. So 4 metres in total, because you've got 8.5 metres worn croc fabric bundle, $59.99. This is every single colour in his range. Now they are also available on their own by the 1/2 metre, except for Wild Berry and Pebble, which is this pale one. Those two aren't, so I'll move them. But all the others, if you go onto the website, they are $7.99 for 1/2 metre. Sorry, $7.69. If you go onto the website, you will see them all there, available by the 1/2 metre. But if you buy the bundle, you're only paying $7.49, so you're saving 20 pence per 1/2 metre. And every little helps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Aren't they lovely?
I absolutely love
brill.
these. I mean, I love his fabrics anyway, because he does the most amazing things of, it's almost like scrapbooking on collage.
Absolutely, it is that collage.
But this
isn't it?
is just, it is that worn croc.
Yeah, it's a real gift now, isn't it,
Oh, it
to
is.
quilters and sewers,
It
dressmakers,
is. Well, it
bag
makes it
makers.
easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And, you know, I mean, as I say, this zippy pouch is a quick, easy, you know, kind of toiletry bag. But you could make like a clutch bag, an evening bag. You could line a jacket or do the outer of a jacket or a blouse
gorgeous,
with
wouldn't
it. Be great for scarves
Well,
too.
it's the sort of thing, it's nice to have this and you put it in your collection, not even if you've got a plan for it at this precise moment.
Oh, absolutely.
There are only 2 left, though, of these
I'll definitely
bundles.
find a home for that bundle.
Yes.
And I'll think about I don't need to think about how I'm going to use it.
Oh, I quite often, I'll buy things and then, a month later go, oh, thank goodness.
Perfect thing for
what
it,
I'm gonna do
exactly.
with it.
And as we know, with fabric collections, they're in, we love them, they're gone.
I know, and then you think, oh, we won't be able to, there's only 2 of these left, and obviously because we've sold 2 of the fabrics, so these bundles we won't be recreating, and there are only 2 left, $59.99. We have got other Tim Holtz, which is here. We haven't got time to go through it all. Have a look on the website. If you click on Watch Live, scroll down from there, they are all there. We have some beautiful ones that sadly we just don't have time to go through. Love that one. They're lovely. Anyway, have a look on the website. We have run out of time. Whoosh. Thank you, Stuart. It's lovely to be with you on
It's a
Sewing Street
pleasure. And I
today.
can't wait to be back at 12 o'clock. I've got the most gorgeous knitwear
Well, I
accessories.
said it's your Yarn Lane debut.
It is, and for men and women.
Yeah, which is lovely.
Charlie saw these designs and straight away he was like, I want that one, will you make me that one? So I'm halfway through making a set.
Oh, really?
for
I mean,
Charlie.
they are gorgeous, aren't they? But it's
Really, that's the
lovely to
one.
lovely to welcome you to Yarn Lane.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. So
See
I will
you at 12.
Yeah, see you back here in an hour. Thanks ever so much. So if you love Stuart's bag, don't forget to check out the bundles, or if you just want the instructions, check out of that, because they've been very, very popular. If you want to see a full demonstration, just put into YouTube Sewing Street 21st of December 2021, and the full demo will be there. All the Windy Days collection, whether it's the pre-cuts or by the 1/2 metre or the charm parts, they're all quite limited now. It's been very popular, which I'm not surprised because it is beautiful. So please do, if it's in your basket, just check it out. It's all on the website, on Watch Live, and then scroll down, you'll see it all there, but it is getting quite limited. Now, after the break, Emma Bradford is back with me to make the beautiful new, another fabric range. How lucky am I today? The gorgeous, the panel is sold out for this, but this mode of fabric range, it's beautiful, isn't it? But the panel obviously is available in the kit, which features the panel and the design roll of fabrics and all the instructions. Anyway, Emma will be with me in a couple of minutes' time, and she's going to show you how to make it.
to seam ripper. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in the school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter, but I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello, it's Emma from the Swift Quilting Company. I just wanted to wish everybody on Sewing Street, from the behind the scenes crew to the presenters to all the viewers, a very happy Christmas and a fabulous New Year. Cheers!
Hello everyone. Merry Christmas from Jane Greenoff. See you in the new year. Bye.
Hello everyone, it's Cara. Just popped by to wish you all a really happy Christmas with your family and friends. Wishing you every happiness for 2022, and I look forward to seeing you on Sewing Street. Happy Christmas, bye!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi, welcome back to Sewing Street. I know that you've been waiting for this hour. We have had so many messages and interest about this gorgeous panel and brand new fabric collection. It's called Storytime and it's by Moda. Well, it's actually by American Jane for Moda, but it's a fabric collection created by Moda, but it's designed by American Jane. We have got a few items. We have got a kit using it, which Emma's designed. We've got the 10-inch charm packs, and we also have the 5-inch. So let's just let me tell you a little bit about the collection before we start. So this is the details about Storytime by American Jane. Don't we all love a good story? With the Moda Storytime fabric collection, you will be able to tell some great stories. The panel brings us back to our childhood and perhaps to grandchildren and all the stages in between. See, it makes me think about Ladybird books. In fact, everyone I've seen said, oh, it's Ladybird books, isn't it? Which makes you think of your own childhood. There are so many bubbles it will make you laugh. 3 different daisies, a playful ribbon, and even real ones. Then there are checks, both big and small, and dotted ones too. And finally, a tiny lattice will calm you down because at my age, one must ration one's excitement. That was by American Jane. I think that's great, isn't it? Because it is like a lovely story and the colours are bright and cheerful. So American Jane has been designing for Moda for quite a while. If you haven't seen her designs or heard of her, then we thought we'd give you a little bit of background. Her name is actually Sandy, not American Jane. Her name's Sandy Klopp. She had her first exposure to the world of colourful patterns while watching Klompen dancers perform. I'm not absolutely sure what a Klompen... Do you know what a Klompen dancer? No. Anyone knows what a Klompen dancer is? Let us know. Every year in May, her hometown of Holland in Michigan celebrated Tulip Time with a vast array of Dutch costumes. Maybe it's clog dancers.
I've actually been to Holland.
Yeah, it is. It's clog dancing. Klompen dancers. Clog dancers. Well, of course, if you come from Holland, then it would be clog dancers. She was first exposed to quilting in 1979 at her sister-in-law's when she returned from teaching in Iran. She went on to teach art in Saudi Arabia for the next 4 years. She loved the rich colours and patterns in the tiles and carpets of the Middle East. Back in California, Sandy began to make pattern samples for a local quilt store. From there, she moved to machine quilting. She has worked at a local quilt shop and taught many quilt classes. In 2000, she published a series of quilt books with Jane Patek under the series title Folk Art Favourites, before venturing out on her own as American Jane Patterns. In 2003 at Quilt Market, Moda approached her to see if she'd like to capture her look in fabrics. She has been designing for Moda ever since. Now I have a new fabric range from Moda every 6 months and I design quilt patterns to feature my new fabrics. I'm truly living my dream. Wow, isn't that nice? Who doesn't want to live their dream in fabric? I love this new collection. So they've let me open it. Very exciting, like opening a fabric collection because I feel like it's mine then. So these have already been selling on pre-order. $47.99 and you get 42 10-inch pieces, which means that you get... God, it doesn't want to come off at all, doesn't it? So you get a little bit from the whole collection. That's the best thing about the pre-cut packs, is that you don't just have a bit. Because at the moment, I don't know whether we will be, but we don't have this by the ½ metre. This is the only way to get hold of it, is to get the charm pack. So let's have a look. We've got this beautiful red floral. I'm going to put them like that. Love that one. There's the little red, almost like, it's like a gingham check, but with little circles on all of them. If you can be getting close in that one. Kills me again. Look at that. So it's lovely, isn't it? So you've got that gingham check, but then you've got a little circle in the centre of them. Makes it sort of feel a bit like rick-racky. I don't know why. It just gives it a little bit of... It's like a check with movement. Then we have... Ooh, look at that. Smarty Bubbles. It is like, yeah, she did say Bubbles and Smarties. Love this one. This was the little low volume print that she was talking about, this tiny trellis. So instead of doing a plain, it's just got a tiny little pattern in, which gives it a really lovely interest. 2 of them. Love this one. That's gorgeous, isn't it? It's like beautiful floor, and I love these. It's like these are those trails that you often get after bees. I feel like, I mean, these could be ribbons, but to me it's like a bee has been flying between each flower, and that's the bee trail. But isn't the colour palette gorgeous? It's fun, it's bright, it's fresh. It does feel very folk art, a bit like sort of canal barge painting. That's lovely, isn't it? I like that. That's all sort of looks all very tiley, mosaicy, doesn't it? Now, if you saw watch the previous hour, the 9 o'clock hour where Emma made her up and away quilt, you only need a 10-inch charm pack to make that. And wouldn't this be amazing for it? Well, if you want to buy the pattern for that on its own, it's £9.99, and you need all these different squares, but one 10-inch charm pack is enough for it. Love that one. You get 2 of them. I just love the colours of these. It's just so fun and bright, but clear colours. I mean, it does make you think, well, she says it's like a child's story time, and it does look like that, doesn't it? It's just the colours. I love there's another bubbly print with more of a sort of a coral background. These are gorgeous fabric. Love the yellow on that. And in the background of the yellow, you've got this tiny lattice, the one that was on the red. You can see when you're getting really close. But it's lovely. It really gives the fabric some movement because it's printed on that. There's the same. There's that like a check gingham. A gingham with bubbles. Then we've got the... they're quite hard to separate, actually. It's not like paper where you can just lick your finger. That's gorgeous, isn't it? We've seen the red printing. I love the vivid colours in this. It's just so bright and cheerful. That's what we need at this time of year, where everything else is grey. And then the yellow check, which is the same as the yellow trellis. It's lovely, isn't it? It's just so bright and cheerful. Primary. Yeah, it's Mr. Blobby, isn't it? There's the lovely, I'd love to know what this one's called. It should be called Bee Trail Flower. But actually, I think these are ribbons. The flowers are being made of ribbons, because you can see the sort of spotty ribbon on the outside and how it goes round. Again, we've got the gingham with bubbles in orange. The Bee Trail Flower, ribbon flower. Ribbon Daisy it's called. No mention of bees. Ribbon Daisy in orange. Bubbles in orange. I love this shade of orange as well. It's quite pumpkin. Wow. I love that green. I'm always drawn to green. Maybe that's why I like teal most in the last hour. Green is just, I don't know. I love that. Very sort of, it feels quite a vintage green though. A bit of a 1950s. Where the rest of the collection isn't, but that green is just so vivid, and I love the daisies. I hope we're going to get this more of this fabric. Quite like a few metres of that. Then we've got the check bubbles in green, and see on this one, on the yellow, the trellis doesn't really show up, but on the green it really does. So it's like a little trellis fence with pretty, is it that one? I think it's multi-directional, with just pretty flowers all over it. I love that one. Then we've got that lovely check, really unusual, in green. And then we have 2 of them. So some of the fabrics we have 2 of, but most of them is just 1 of. Ooh, that's nice, isn't it? I love that. Emma's nodding to that one. She loves this one. All of these fabrics also come in a 5-inch charm pack. That's the one that's there on the right. That one. And they also come in the design roll, and the design roll is in the kit to make the quilt. And the only place you can buy the design roll and the panel now, because we sold the panel out, is in the kit. But we'll come to that in a minute. There's the green trellis. There again, you've got your floral on trellis. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because you've got this green trellis with the flowers on, but you've also got it, I mean, you haven't got it in other colours, but they've also done it in this white, the white background with green. So you've got those 2 colourways. I just love the palette because it's just fresh and bright and cheerful. I know they've called it story time, so I guess you think, oh, well, it's made for children, but not really. I don't think it has to be. I think it's just bright and lovely. You think of all the quilt patterns you see that are using charm packs. If you've got any, we've got loads of books on the website that have them. Have a look how many you need, because it's such a simple, quick way of making a quilt. Just join them all together. We've got that lovely blue check, and you can see how all of these colours blend together really well. I think this must be. So we've got the blue trellis and then the pale blue spot, but look at the blue with the flowers. Isn't that lovely? I'm just going to have to dig through. Look at it with that one. Oh, they're just gorgeous together, aren't they? Just, you can see you've got that gorgeous tone. I mean, it's a really beautiful summer sky, blue sky, and then you've got a lovely summer apple green, grass green. Gorgeous. Right, let's go the blue one. Then we have, that lovely trellis with the flowers. Again, we've got the blue with the ribbon. Aren't they gorgeous? They're like sort of primary, but nicer. They're not pure primary. So, this isn't like primary blue. It's just clear. It's like a sunny sky. A sunny sky, maybe probably in the Mediterranean, though. Then we've got the blue with the check with the bubbles, with circles. Blue bubbles. And then we move it. Oh, I love that. This has got to be my favourite print. Isn't that lovely in the navy? Works together really well with it in the blue as well. Message from Tricia. The designs remind me of Mabel Lucy Atwell. This was a big favourite of mine when I was young, Tricia Warwick. Yeah, they are. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Really beautiful. She's quite talented. If you have checked out on this, congratulations, because there's lots of you that have got it in your basket, so please do check out, because if there's more people with it in baskets than checked out, you lose out. This is the first time we've seen it. The panel has already sold out on its own as well, so this could be the last time that we see it. So if you want it, if you love it, don't miss out. And then that's the last one. That's the last one. So that is 42 10-inch squares. You've got one or two of every single fabric from the collection. And I think that's the loveliest thing, is that it's quite hard often, and quite often we don't buy, if we're selling it by the half metre, every fabric. So this is the way to get all of it. So that's the 10-inch charm pack. Now we also got the 5-inch. I'm not going to open all those because they are exactly the same fabrics, as you can see. And what's more, they're in exactly the same order. Exactly the same fabrics. But that's 5 inches. So it just depends what you want, really. $14.99. Yes, and remember, you can get four 5-inch squares out of your 10-inch charm pack. But the 10-inch charm pack, isn't 4 times the price, you see. So if you were going to do that, the 10-inch should be £60, but it's not. It's $47.99. Bargain. Just depends which you want. But remember, it's better value for money to buy the 10-inch charm pack. Worth thinking about. Now the kit. Have we got any left? I mean, I was going to show you the panel, but we can't show you the panel. I was going to show you the panel on its own, but you can't buy the panel on its own because you've loved it. So the only way you can get this now is in the kit. So should we have a look at the panel? We did have a lot of this panel, and you loved them. I'm not surprised. And they were sold out by 9 o'clock, I think. So the panel is lovely. There are 12 of these squares on it, featuring. So Emma's decided she's used 9 in her quilt, and then she's used the other 3 for wall hanging. Or you can put all 12 in the quilt, or you can put 9 in the quilt and use 3 for cushions, or whatever. But in the instructions in this kit, that's the quilt and there's the wall hanging. It tells you how to make both, but you can change it. So aren't they gorgeous? So you've got, it is just made, the first thing I said this morning was, it's Ladybird books. But it's just really, they're just so sweet. You could even make a storybook from them. You know, when you make those books and you sew them all together and you put a bit of wadding between them. So you've got like 3 children playing on the beach, little girl by the fire. There she is eating strawberries with her little dog. The dog's so sweet, isn't it? New baby. You say, which one of these? I love this one, where that's that one girl. Go, now look at you three, do what you're told. That's the bossy one. There she is with her calendar, the lovely little dog. They are just very iconically sweet. Little girl in a rocking chair. I'm glad to see it's always the girls that are in charge in these, isn't it? She's giving him a lesson. Little girl in bed. There's a boy fishing with his worms. Look at his wrinkled socks and all the swirls of water. These three. Is this the butcher, the baker? Yeah, the butcher, the baker and the candlestick maker. In a boat. And then the final one is the little boy and girl, but really sort of old-fashioned. And in between each of them, you have got sashing, but you can see we've seen all these fabrics. We've seen this check and these. All of these have been in the collection. So you've got these. So you could, when we sold it as a panel its own, you could just use this and just quilt it. It could be just a wall hanging and do nothing else. But obviously, we want to do more than that because it's lovely to have have more fabrics and make something bigger and simpler. So we asked Emma to come up with a design, and it's gorgeous, but she's kept it really simple. She wanted to keep it simple to to showcase the fabrics. I'll just show you what you get in it and we'll talk to you about it. So in the kit, you get the panel, you get the design roll, which is a 2.5 strip of every fabric from the collection. I won't open it, but it's exactly the same ones that I've shown you. We are not selling this on its own, but these are $47.99 on their own. So this is $47.99. How much were the panels? Was $11.99. So you can see this is fantastic value for money. And then you've got the instructions, which show you how to make the quilt and how to make the wall hanging. And that's everything in that kit. If you want the instructions on their own, maybe you've got a panel already, or maybe you've just got some really nice fabrics that you like. Maybe you've bought some of the new Tilda. It doesn't have to be a picture in the centre of each one. It can just be a square, square of fabric that you like. Or maybe you've done some embroidery or some shashko and you'd like the instructions of a really lovely way to frame it. Maybe you've got a design roll or just use plain fabrics, but the instructions on their own are $9.99. And obviously you know what Emma's instructions are like. Fantastic quality, all makes sense, really good, very technical, lots of colour photos so you can see exactly how to, and a nice big picture of it on the back as well. Always very, very clear. I mean, Emma is a quilting, patchwork, sewing expert, so you know that they'll work. So Emma, when you were asked set this task, where do you start when someone goes, make me a quilt?
Make me a quilt. Well, I try to always write the instructions for one thing, not just for the fabric that I've been allotted to make the quilt from, but so that those patterns and instructions will work with other fabrics as well.
Okay, so the instructions are very useful.
Yes.
Multi-purpose.
So any panel and jelly roll or design roll that you've got will work with this pattern.
Okay.
So it's really, and I also very much like to write patterns. Sometimes I like them a bit more complicated, but sometimes for things like this, I think the simpler the better, and the more approachable. What's the other word for approachable? Like, it's good for beginners, basically. So
accessible.
It's accessible, that's the word. Thank you. Vic's always helps me finish my sentences. So yes, so
it's very accessible for beginners.
Very much, very much. And it's the way that the fabric works and the design roll, the jelly roll works, makes it look a lot more patchwork than it is. But it's actually a very simple, very easy to use sort of instruction and design.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gorgeous. The colours are so bright and vibrant, aren't they?
I love it. I love it. And it's perfect because it's not sort of gendered, if I put it that way.
Yes.
So it's not all pink and girly, or it's not, all blue or whatever. So it can work for anybody. And actually, I think it'd be just nice to have to brighten up a room. It doesn't have to be
for
a
it's
child.
cool. Well,
or
I
anything
think,
like that.
I mean, I love the the individual pictures. It's just so iconic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And traditional. It doesn't have to be for a child. You just hang it in your room. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think I like the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker.
My favourite's actually the little boy fishing.
Oh, what, with his wrinkled socks?
Yeah, with his wrinkled socks.
Really sweet,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
So where do we start?
where do
Because
we
obviously
start?
everything is in the instructions. So
It is all in the
very,
instructions.
very comprehensive.
It's all there. One thing I would say, so I've actually pulled out my jelly roll. I've taken some out. I do love to do this. So one thing I love to do to start off with, especially when you've got a design roll or you've got multiple things that you can do, is sort of decide what colours or what fabrics I'm going to use where before I start doing anything.
Yeah.
The instructions are written so you don't have to do this, but for the quilt and for the wall hanging both, what I did is there seems to be a lot of blue. So I actually pulled out all the blue to use
I guess because you've got dark
sashing.
blues and light blues, haven't you, in it?
Yes. So I actually put all of my blues aside to begin with because I used those. They're also in the rest, but primarily so I'd have enough for all of the sashing that goes in between.
Okay.
Yeah. And that is just what I chose to do, just to sort of add a little bit of definition.
Right, okay.
But it's one of those, this is one of those patterns and one of those quilts where you can make it as scrappy or as ordered as you want to.
Okay,
basically.
so you could really sort all the fabrics or just not bother.
Exactly. So I've done, each one of my blocks has a different colour around each side. But for this one, for instance, you could have all green or all red or all orange fabrics, basically. So each block would have a colour around it, and then the rest be scrappy. It's really make it your own sort of a thing. Decide where you want to put what.
But it's nice because, like you were saying earlier with your other quilt, that this allows people to put their own personality in, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I like. I like to see how other people have sort of put their own flair on.
This is like a starting point.
Yes, exactly. It's just something, a springboard, so you can see the basic.
But if you
way
don't
of
want to, you
construction.
can just follow it completely.
Oh yes, exactly.
And the colours and everything, because it's
As
quite
done.
clear if you really don't want to do that. If you just love it as it is,
Yes.
just copy it.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you can do it whichever way. There's no right or wrong way.
Okay.
Only the way that works for you.
Indeed.
So the first thing that you do for this is you cut out your panel rectangles. And you don't have to worry too much because I've written the instructions so that you add a border to the blocks, but then you trim it down to size as well. So don't fret, because I know the cutting out a panel can be quite nerve-wracking, but the size is all in the instructions.
Oh, yeah.
You do have enough fabric around to do what you need to do. So that is the first part. And I used a rotary cutter when I cut mine out and my ruler. But if that makes you a little bit nervous, there's no reason why you couldn't carefully go around with a pair of scissors and cut them out first and then trim them down to the size that they need to be.
Okay.
So I got my favourite one.
Yeah.
My little boy.
It is lovely.
Yep. First thing you do is add a border to each side. So I've gone with the scrappy again, a different colour around each side.
So when you did it, did you lay it all out and plan it all, or did you just do it as you went along?
I did it as I went along. So I cut out all of the panels first, and then I cut out all the strips to the size I needed. I knew I wanted them quite scrappy, so I cut from all of the strips, except for my blue ones, which I saved, at least one of the sizes I needed to do the borders.
Okay, so you had one of everything for those sort of vertical.
Yeah. And the only thing I sort of did is I've tried to mix and match patterns and colours as well, so there isn't too much together that is samey.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
But you could go, right, well, I'm going to have that one's going to be bordered in orange, that one's in yellow, so you could really colour coordinate
absolutely.
it.
So once you've cut everything out, you can absolutely lay out all of your panels and your strips and decide before you even sew anything where all of the colours are going to go, so that you've planned it before you actually start construction.
make it up as you go along.
Yep.
Hope for the best.
Yep.
Depends what sort of quilter you are.
Yeah. I think it's if you're a quilter where if two fabrics together really bothers you, I think the planning out ahead of time makes it a lot easier to avoid that.
I'm a bit of a planner, actually. I'm not very good at random. I can only do planned random.
Yes.
So I'd like it to be random, but I think I'd have to plan that.
Mhm.
I don't think I think some people just instinctively do it,
Mhm.
but I have to plan that.
Plan random, yeah.
So over half of the stock of the kit has now gone and been checked out. Remember, you can't buy the design roll on its own, and you can't buy the panel on its own. So it's fantastic value for money. But if you want the panel or the design roll, you have to buy the kit. But over the half the stock has gone. I mean, it is gorgeous, isn't it? Love it. And if you do the quilt, there's 9, so you've got 3 left over.
Yes, which for cushions or...
Cushions. Richard Baker candlestick maker cushion.
Yep.
I know, I love that. That's so sweet, especially when I realised. I like the fact they're all from different eras because you've got like some who are Victorian.
Oh,
because
yes.
those look a bit Victorian in their sailor suits, whereas he doesn't. Or storybook you could make from a couple of them, couldn't you?
Oh, I was going to say also, because I do get asked this a lot, especially with the design rolls, jelly rolls, because they have, when they have a pinked edge.
Yes.
Which, is it the peak or the trough?
I know, I agree. Yes, that's my question.
So I think if you're consistent, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Personally, I always line up the peaks with the raw edge.
Yes.
Sometimes if you've got 2 pinked edges together, that can be a little bit tricky.
Unless you've got them exactly in line.
Yeah.
Whoa. But you go peaks, not troughs.
Yeah. And it is only, they're only about maybe a 1/16 of an inch deep. So
yeah, it's not really going to make any
No.
difference, is it? But so whichever you choose, stick to it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not so lucky today. Haven't I had a nice, lovely fabric day?
It's gorgeous.
I know. It's lovely,
Right,
isn't it? I've
so
got
those are
some
my-
lovely Tilda. I've had Tim Holtz. I've now got beautiful Moda.
Tilda was
Fantastic.
gorgeous.
I know it is, isn't it?
Right, so I've got both of my side borders on.
Okay.
And I'm going to just press that.
Are we one side or are we open?
One side.
Okay.
One side. I always do to one side unless I am sewing strips together for like a bargello, like along the length.
Right.
And then I tend to press open, only for the sole reason that the way the strips tend to lie a bit flatter.
Okay.
Whereas if I sew them in strips, all the strips together, and then do them to one side, the strips tend to banana a little bit, I find.
Okay.
So that's the sole reason.
But otherwise it's to one side.
To one-sider, yep.
I know, I'm always a bit torn. I'm never really sure what I should be doing.
To one side is better, structurally. So if you
Because
press
it's
them,
stronger, or
it is stronger. So if you press them open, really the only thing keeping those 2 pieces of fabric together is the strength of that thread.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you get a hole in the thread or it snaps, then you've got a hole in your quilt. Whereas if you press them to the side, there isn't so much strain on that seam, for one thing. And 2, if that thread should happen to snap, you don't really have an automatic hole because you've got a 1/4 inch fabric that's underneath.
Right, I see what you mean. Whereas if it's open,
Yeah,
it's
it
quite
just-
exposed,
it
isn't
is,
it?
yeah.
Okay. I'm then never sure, this is where I struggle, is that when you're then sewing lots of one sides together, should you then press open because you've got a lot of seams?
There are some parts where if you do have a lot of seams meeting, that you do press open or you do press them so that they nest a little bit better. There are always exceptions to the rules.
Right. No, this is where I
Yeah.
get sort of like, oh, I don't know now.
No.
I don't know, should I be
Yeah.
open or to one side?
Other than the 1/4 inch rule and the pressing to the side, anything that sort of helps in structural integrity.
Right, okay.
Other than that, I say anything goes.
Okay, I'm
works
going to
for
go
you.
with that then.
Yeah, anything
Structural
goes.
integrity of my sewing.
Yeah, so long as it's got structural integrity, then whatever you do to make it work is fine.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to remember that because I just sit there. What should I do? So you know, we said over half the stock are done. We've now only got 16 left. So if you want to buy the quilt,
quick.
We are officially in the teens. Yeah. And they keep going, but that's because they're lovely. But do remember, you've got to complete your purchase and check out. Otherwise, if they are going so fast, if you've only got it in your basket and someone else puts it in their basket and checks out, they'll take yours. That's the way it goes. But don't worry, you get charged the £3.95 postage. If you want to buy anything else between now and midnight, you still only get charged one. It doesn't matter if you check out. It's not that you'll get charged extra postage. But there are less than 16 because they're lovely. I love the design. And remember, you see, you get the instructions in the kit and they last forever. So once you've made this, you can then start having a look at your fabric. You don't have to use a panel for this. You can just use a rectangle of your favourite fabric. Or tea towels. That'd be my top tip.
Oh, yes.
I love making things from tea towels.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Because you know how we all have a tea towel and we don't want to use it because it's too nice. I've got one with Cornish pasties on that I've actually magneted to the side of my fridge.
Oh, nice.
Because there's no way I'm using it. But wouldn't that make you see? And you often, and if you're the sort of person like I am, you buy one when you go on holiday. I made a tote bag from one that I had because it was so beautiful.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And I've got half of the tea towel on the front and the other half on the back because I bordered it because it's such a lovely tea towel.
Nice.
So it's not a tea towel anymore.
Oh dear.
But tea towels are fabric.
They
Frame
are.
your tea towel collection. Or, do you know, you could, if you printed photographs.
I was going to say that, photographs on printable fabric. Or if you had some fabric pens or felt tips.
Yes.
And you got your children or grandchildren to draw pictures. Yeah.
Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? So you could do, right, draw a picture of mummy, draw a picture of daddy, draw a picture of...
Yeah.
It'd be quite funny, wouldn't it? And then when you get married, we're going to show it at the wedding.
Yes.
That's such a lovely idea. Because I remember with my children, we used to do that tea towel printing thing where you painted their hands and feet using them on a tea towel.
Yeah.
So you could do that with one of them.
Yes.
One square, couldn't you? Another one with their painting. Oh.
Yeah. So much.
We could have another page in these, couldn't we? Emma's top tips.
Yeah. So that is basically what the blocks are, how they're constructed. You then trim it down to size. So that's why I said don't worry too much when you're cutting your panel because you do trim it down a little bit. So don't fret if when you cut out your panel, it comes out a little bit smaller than what I've said in the instructions.
Right.
Because you do add a border all the way around and then you trim that down to the finished size.
I like
so,
it doesn't matter if you're not too accurate at this stage bit.
Yeah, there's a little bit of fudge in there, so don't worry, don't panic immediately.
Nice bit of fudge.
Yeah. So you'll have 12 of those. 3 of those are saved for the wall hanging. The other 9 are for the quilt. So you can choose whichever ones that you want. And then for the rest of it, you take all of your strips. Now I did my blue ones first because I wanted to do the sashing. You take all your strips and you cut them down into smaller pieces and then sew them together again.
Ah, okay.
So you
rather than having
you end up with one
I love that.
long continuous.
In any random order.
Any random order. And there's actually enough left over. So this was actually left over from the wall hanging and the quilt. So you've got enough to do the sashing, the binding for the quilt and the wall hanging.
That's
as well.
fantastic. So you can make the quilt and the wall hanging and bind them.
And bind them all in this nice scrappy strip.
The wall hanging is behind me. Can you see the wall hanging? Can we see that? Look, there's the wall hanging behind me. And all the same technique and all from the same kit, all from the same design roll as well, and the same panel. Beautiful, isn't it? That looks lovely, doesn't it? You could hang that over a bed, couldn't you? Or one that, just above a cot.
Oh, yes, that's what I was thinking, along the side of a cot or something, or top of a bed. So, like on a single bed, if you had the top.
Lovely, wouldn't it?
Actually, it'd be one of the. You know, when you do those headboards, those sort of hanging
that
sort
would
of
be
padded
nice, 'cause
headboards.
it's so
That'd be
pretty,
nice,
isn't it?
Yeah, and then the sashing, it literally just sounds like it like it says on our tin. If you are a quilter, you'll be familiar with sashing. What I did was I laid out my quilt blocks roughly, put the sashing in between, and then because you've got a long strip, what I did, and you have quite a bit, I laid it down against my blocks and then cut it off roughly with a pair of scissors, maybe an inch bigger than I needed, and then sewed that down the side. So if I hold this up against here.
So you did the blues between them all, and then this multicoloured one around the outer edge.
So you've got all blues in between each strip. So you sew your blocks into 3 strips. It's all in the instructions.
Yes,
it's
all in the
pictured.
instructions. You haven't got to remember any of this.
Yeah, don't have to worry about it. I only saved the blues for the in-between, the blocks, these bits that go in between, and then I bordered it, the first border all the way around. So it's essentially sashing, but it looks like it's all completely bordered in blue. And then one outer border of completely strippy.
Which is lovely, isn't it? And I guess because you're making the strip, you can make sure you don't have the same colour together.
Yeah.
So it works quite well like that.
What I actually did when I sewed these together was I actually sewed them so that all of the colours were together then.
Okay.
So I've sewn all of the yellows together, or yellows and the white ones together, but not so that you've got the same colour next to each other. I mean the same fabric next to each other. And then I sewed all the
then
reds.
you've got all the reds.
Reds, the pink. But you can do it as scrappy or as ordered as you want, which is what I really like. It's even though it's a simple instruction, you've got a lot of room to have a play with colour and pattern and putting your own stamp on the quilt, basically.
Yeah, and if you made it with the 12 there, it would be like a single bed quilt, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would, yes.
Or a cot quilt. And if you put more board, you can
yes,
put more borders
you can put.
around
So
it.
you may not want to use this for the binding. So you've got all this extra to add more border around the edge as well to make it even bigger.
I'd make a fantastic child's bed quilt, wouldn't it?
It would.
Just really love. There's lots of you on the phone lines wanting to buy this. Remember, how many have we got left now, Cam? We're down to 12 now.
Wow.
But I just think on a child's bed, particularly if you've got a child moving from the cot to the big bed as well, and it's a lovely thing to make for that.
Yeah.
Is it quite a quick make?
Oh, it was, definitely.
And what about the quilting? Because that's another thing people
That's
think,
another
how
quilting.
would you quilt it?
So if I was quilting it, I would probably actually just put it on the long arm and do a very simple meander.
So send it to somebody.
Yeah, well, you can do a meander on the domestic machine if you've got a large enough throat.
Yes.
Just getting that in. Otherwise, you can even go even simpler than that and literally just stitch in the ditch around. So it's just straight lines. And then you could, if you wanted to hand quilt or free motion, a little bit of detail. So maybe, around the children
Or you could cross hatch it, I guess.
Yes. Oh, that would be an even simpler one. So yeah, so just like I did with that panel
With the
on
one,
the
yeah,
upper
the one
panel
behind
way. Yes.
that one.
Yeah, so I've just done a diagonal. You could
But then
just
go
do
the other way as well.
Yeah, do a diagonal and then decide.
Less than 10 available now.
Yeah, do a crosshatch. So very simple, just straight lines. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know sometimes people are always concerned about quilting over things. And I know you think, oh, that's not going to work, but it's okay.
It is, it really is. Especially, so if you've got a panel like this, I definitely recommend a very simple over pattern for quilting. So either a meander or just straight lines. It really won't detract from the actual pictures itself. It'll just sort of all blend all in together, and the quilting will sort of hide in the background and you'll still see those lovely images coming up.
Yes, 'cause I know that is something people often say is that, oh, I don't want to quilt over the pictures, but it's okay.
It is. It really does work. And even if you just Google sort of quilted panels, things like that, you also often see panels that have an all over quilting design on them. And you can see for yourself that
it doesn't.
Yeah,
I think it's always a scary thing.
It is
but
scary.
Actually, but the crosshatch quilting is got to be the easiest, hasn't it?
Yes, it is quite.
Particularly if you've drawn the lines on.
Yes. Yeah. And for that, just so you, I always use the longest ruler I've got, and then a quarter of an inch. Quarter of an inch. Got a quarter of an inch on the brain. The 45-degree line.
Right.
So I will line up. So if I was to,
do you want a panel?
Oh, I'll do it on one of these.
Okay. So if you were doing it across the whole quilt.
Yeah. So this is what and this is how I did the panel as well. So you line up that 45-degree line along the edge of your quilt, and I know there's a friction pen here.
So where's the 40? Okay.
Yeah. So then you know that's at a 45-degree angle rather. So and I usually tend to do that sort of in the middle of the quilt-ish.
Oh, okay, so you don't start at the edge?
No.
You'd line it up with maybe one of those sashing strips then?
Yeah, so I would probably line it up. So if I was doing it on here, line it up about here or here, so it's along the middle somewhere.
Right.
Once I've got that line...
Oh, so on that one you could do like that fisherman boy?
Yeah, so somewhere along the middle, like that, just so it's sort of not from one end.
Okay.
That way. And then what I'll do is, going from one way or the other, decide how far apart I want to quilt.
So how far apart would you do this?
This was 3 inches. I would do 3.5 or 4, I would say. You can go a little bit bigger on that one, then, because this is a smaller panel. But I wouldn't go any narrower than 3 for sure. And then you just use that line that you've marked as your guide. So I am doing 3.5 inches.
3.5, okay.
Yep.
Because I know that's something, if you've not done this before, you haven't done crosshatch, you haven't done quilting, you'd be like, well, how far apart should it be?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah. It is a lot of personal preference.
I know,
You can
yeah.
go narrower.
But if you haven't done it, it's like...
What's sure. The beauty of going bigger first is that you can always add more in between if you don't like it.
So if you go, oh, that's too spacey, you could just draw a line in between them.
Yeah. Whereas, especially if you did like a 4-inch in between, if you decided actually that's too far apart, you could then maybe do 2 inches in between, so you'd add another line in between each one that you've done. But if you start off too narrow, then you have to do the
you have to keep
unpicking.
going.
Yeah.
That's a really silly idea.
Yeah, but you'll get an idea when you draw them out, especially if you use a friction pen. And I know there's a lot of concern. Well, I do caution using a friction pen. One, test it on your fabric first to see how it comes off. But for quilting lines, because this is you're going to sew directly over the top of it, it isn't so much of a worry because it's going to be sort of hidden with your quilting line anyway. So I don't worry too much about it if I'm marking quilting lines. But if you are concerned, do a little test patch, iron it out, give it a wash, put it back in the cold, so maybe even put it back in the fridge to see if it does come back again, because it's heat that makes it go away and it comes back when it's cold. But yeah, just test out things like that. If you're concerned, I would actually do this with maybe a tailor's chalk.
Okay.
Or a washable,
that will come out,
a washable quilter's pencil, like a water-soluble pencil, basically.
Okay.
But what I was going to say is when you draw the lines, you'll automatically get a sense of whether it's too dense or too...
Yes, I see it, yeah, because the lines are quite solid, and they're probably darker than the sewing itself.
Yes.
You'll know. And this makes it easier, doesn't it? Because I think that it's not a massive quilt. If you made this, particularly even if you made the 12 on the end, it's not too big to be able to get under your sewing machine.
Oh no, and I would just roll it up. But yeah, it makes it, having the lines makes it so much easier. Just be sure, use your walking foot, and then increase your stitch length to 3 or 3.5.
Fantastic. Well, thanks, Emma. That's been
You're
brilliant.
welcome.
I absolutely love the design, and thank you for your patience in explaining these, because I think it's so easy for us to assume, isn't it, that that's what we're doing, but you obviously teach a lot of people and know, so it's been lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
When are you back with us next?
I believe it's January 16th.
Oh, not long then.
Not long. No, I've already got my projects.
Yay.
I haven't started on them yet, but I've got my projects.
And you've got your ideas.
Yeah.
That's fab, isn't it? So we haven't got many of these. How many of these kits have we got left? 7. So in the kit you get the panel, the whole panel with 12 lovely Lovely people, if they're in your basket, please do check out, or there won't be any left. You get the full instructions and you get the design roll. Now, this is the only way that you can get the design roll and the panel today. So that's that. If you want the instructions on their own, there are still a few of those left. Remember, I mean, Emma gave you some ideas there of what you could do instead of using the panel. If you had your own fabric, instructions on their own. If you buy the instructions and you make it using your own fabrics and panels, send us a photo. We would love to see them. Emma would love to see them. Like to see what you've done with them. That's £9.99. If you want some backing fabric for the quilt, because obviously you need wadding and backing fabric, we've got 3 different colours here. We've got red. Are these, how much are these? Are they 2 metres? 2.5 metres. We have red. £16.99, 2.5 metres of normal quilting weight, 100% cotton red fabric. We have blue, and these are in colours that have been chosen to really coordinate with the panel, so these are perfect. £16.99 for 2.5 metres of blue, marine blue. Really lovely sort of bright sapphire blue. Perfect to go with this collection. And then finally we have lemon, 2.5 metres of lemon, again, which is lovely colour to go with the sort of the yellow colours in there. This 10-inch layer cake has been massively popular. Remember, there are 42 10-inch squares featuring all of the fabrics in the collection. There are some of the fabrics have 2, all the others have 1. We haven't got these by the half metre. We don't know whether we are going to be selling them by the half metre, not sure yet. So the only way you can get this collection from us at the moment is by buying either the 10-inch charm pack, or we have the 5, so that's £47.99, or we have the 5-inch charm pack, £14.99. But remember, you can get 4 times this. So the 10-inch is much better value for money, because the 10-inch should be £60, but it's not, it's £47.99. But if you only want a few, remember it features all of the fabrics in the range. Brand new today. It's been so popular. I just think it's been grey, hasn't it? Been grey, rainy. And if you're thinking, right, I've got New Year at the end of the week, need to think about what I'm going to do, because I had so much Christmas sewing to do, and I've finished it now, and I'm thinking, I don't know what I'm going to make now. I was kind of building up to that. So if you're thinking, right, I want to make something now, I want to make something in New Year, this is great. We only have 6 of the kits left now. So if it's not in your basket, if it's not checked out, you may well lose it. In Emma's last hour, we did this beautiful up and away quilt. Perfect, beautiful scrappy quilts, gorgeous. It's really lovely. It's a rag quilt. It's a way of quilting as you go. We had 2 kits for it, both £28.99. We've got the rainbow one. In the kit are the instructions and our exclusive to Sewing Street only panel. They're massive. All the fabrics that you need, I'm not going to open them up again, are in there. Look, there's the rainbow one, but it's a very pale pastel rainbow. Everything you need in that. You can make either an elephant or a mouse, or both if you want to. And you can have balloons or hearts in the centre. And it's beautiful because it's cool to go. If you missed that hour, that was on at 9 o'clock. You can watch it back. We've also got it in blue, which is the colour that's on the front of the instructions there, the baby blue. The colours on that are blues and greys, and that's the picture that's on the front of the instructions. We have very few instructions only, less than 10. So if you want just the instructions on their own to make the up and away quilt, they are perfect. You can make this from 1 10-inch charm pack. I'm trying to remember, just checking with Emma. Was that right? Yes, you can. So if you wanted to make the up and away rag quilt from the Storytime Moda collection, if you buy that, those set of instructions, and then this 10-inch charm pack from the Storytime collection, you can make the rag quilt. You do need to use 100% cotton, but it can be plain cotton or it can be brushed cotton. Or you can use brushed cotton for the back and normal cotton for the front. Up to you. Loads and loads and loads of different options there. Right, coming up tomorrow. Anyway, thank you for joining me on Sewing Street today. Don't go anywhere because Yarn Lane is just about to come, where Stuart is making his Yarn Lane debut. So tomorrow on Sewing Street, I will be back, but not as a presenter. Vix is presenting tomorrow. I'm coming to finish off Bird of the Month once and for all. It is the end. I have been with Bird of the Month since January. I thought we'd never ever get to the end, but it is the final one, which is a shame. I'm really going to miss it. Loved being with Bird of the Month. So at 8 o'clock, it's going to be the Bird of the Month December Bird, which is the, I can't remember now. I should remember that. Very nice one. Can't remember. What was the December Bird? I'll tell you in the morning. And finishing off. So every month this year, I have had the finished quilt hanging behind me. I'm going to show you how to finish it off. I've got all the Bird of the Months, all the instructions that we did with them, and the finishing off. But that is for making the one that's been hung behind me. 9 o'clock, Debbie Harris is in to do an EPP blanket. 10 o'clock, Bird of the Month finale. Now, I decided, I'm going to show you now, that the one that we had hanging behind me was a simple one. And I thought some of you would like to increase your skills or do something different and create this one. It's the double Irish chain. It's big enough to fit a single and a double bed, but my main intention with this quilt is I wanted to keep it at a reasonable price. So I've used the bird panels, but just our plain fabrics. So I'm not going to tell you how much it is, but it's a really good price. There is the quilt. It's got all the instructions in it to make it, and so you learn how to do a double Irish chain and an Ohio star at the same time to showcase all of your birds. I will be demonstrating that at 10 o'clock. Also, we have been selling throughout the whole year a panel that had all of the birds but as 5-inch squares. So I thought it was a shame not to do something with that. So I made a quilt with that. I'm going to hold, oh, there it is, there's a picture of it. Don't even need to hold it up. That is what it looks like. It's called the Charming Shadows quilt. There we go. There it is, there's the real one. And I will show you how to make it. It's really, really, really inexpensive as well because you don't need much for it. And I'm going to show you how to make that tomorrow. It's a really good way of showcasing your little birds. So that's tomorrow at 10. At 11 o'clock, Debbie Harris is back with her set of hearts design. And at 12 o'clock, it's all about the sewing machine. So that's tomorrow with Vix on Yarn Lane. Please don't forget to check out your baskets day. We have had an extremely busy day. I mean, I think because we've had some beautiful new fabric ranges and 2 fantastic guest designers with me as well. What a joy they have been. If you fancy Yarn Lane, if you've not seen Yarn Lane before and you think, well, I've knitted and crocheted for years, or I don't know how to knit and crochet. Well, you know, Stuart, you know me, come and stay with us. If you're watching on the TV, you don't have to do anything, just stay where you are. If you are on the website, or you're on Facebook, you need to go onto yarnlane.com. Now, if you're a Sewing Street customer, you don't need to set up a new account. You do have to shop on www.yarnlane.com, but your account will be the same and the P&P. So if you've already put the Storytime panel in your basket, you can still buy something from Yarn Lane. We have got beautiful kits from Stylecraft, hats and scarves and wraps. And Stuart, who loves knitting, is going to be demonstrating. Now, it is his first time on Yarn Lane, so we need to be kind to him because, you know, it's a new, different channel. But if you want to join Stuart and I in his debut, then I will see you back in just a few minutes' time.